Microphone, microphone. Where's crow? Where's phone? Where's microphone? Is anybody interested in this thing? Anybody at all? Who's interested in this, I ask you? Oh, are you interested in this? Come here. I think someone's a little interested. Oh, what's that I got? Are you interested in this? What do you think? That's shiny and fun. Do you want me to put it in a ball so you can chase it? Look, Pep. Hoo. I found a little kitty cat. Okay, let's get a little shot of you up here close. All cute. Cute. Sorry. Okay, you go down. Well, we're live. We're alive. And we're live. We're live and alive. All right, let's talk quickly about the recipe of the day. This is a very consistent bit that I have always done ever since the beginning. Please don't watch any of the past streams to double check that. All right. The recipe of the day is a sesame cheese omelet. And it's very easy to make if you know how to make a cheese omelet. But the trick is, before you make the omelet, the first step is to toast up those untoasted sesame seeds. You know what I'm saying? You get those sesame seeds, you put them on a dry sartén, what do you call it? Like a frying pan. And on a low heat, keep them moving, shake it back and forth. Take it off the heat when they start turning brown. There's a little residual heat that will continue toasting them. And then sprinkle a little salt on it. Mix it up, swirl it around in the pan. It's got a very satisfying sound. Shing, 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 shing. And then put those to the side. Then you make your omelet. I don't got to tell you how to make an omelet, but you know, you beat up the eggs. I like to add a splash of milk to mine. Nope, not everyone does that, but you could do that. I put butter in the pan. I add the beaten eggs. Give it a quick stir. Let it cook. Swirl it around. That's when I sprinkle on the shredded cheese, which, by the way, you should have shredded that already if you hadn't. Unless you had shredded, like pre-shredded cheese, which is another way to go. But at the point that actually I do the sesame seeds first. So I do like a half or more of the sesame seeds that I just toasted. I sprinkle them all around the top of the omelet when it's still a little gooey, right before you're gonna fold it. Then I hit it with the cheese. Roll it up. Just floop, floop, 2 flips, roll it up so it looks like a big fucking log. I don't do like the half circle style, but you could do that if you fancy. I just do like the triple folded American diner kind of omelet. And then I sprinkle the rest of the sesame seeds on top of it after it's all rolled up. So it's just a cheese omelet with a little sesame seed kick to it. I think it's pretty good. It's an interesting flavor profile that perhaps not everyone has had, and I think it provides a nice little interesting variety to your breakfast. All right. Um, Serve it with hot black coffee or whatever. Or I guess you could do cold brew too. It's just got to be coffee. Unless you don't like coffee. But if coffee is your favorite, then this should be paired with your let's say this. Pair it with your favorite breakfast beverage. Okay? It doesn't have to be coffee, but it has to be your favorite. No compromises on that. All right? So that's my general advice for the recipe of the day. Please serve it with your favorite beverage, and I hope it's coffee. Except, actually, if it's not coffee, that's fine, because that leaves more coffee for the ones who do love it. If you don't like coffee, don't bother drinking it just to appease your coffee friends. Just tell them, hey, more for you. I'll have my... What do non-coffee drinkers drink? What are who are these non-coffee drinkers, and what are they drinking? I should go to a coffee shop and be like, hey, what'd you order? And if it wasn't coffee, I'd be like, what's up with you? What's up with that? What is that? What is that shit? Okay, I'm being silly. Let's get started. We're looking at hour 5. Can you believe it? We're already to hour 5. It's only been 3 months, and we're flying through this debate. By the way, this is Kudos, and this is the most boring live stream debate recap show in the world because we go infuriatingly slow. We listen back and we repeat and we study the and we nitpick. Oh, do we nitpick? We get petty. We look at all the little things, and because we want to understand the whole fucking thing. This is a big debate that a lot of people have said a lot of shit about, and it, to me, it sounded reductive because I'm like, hey, come on, it's 5 hours. You can't just pick 5 seconds of sound bites and give me an accurate picture of what really happened, who really made the best case. So we're finding out by not letting them get away with their bullshit. They can't keep getting away with this. We're not unbiased. We're quite biased in this live stream, and you have to deal with that. But we think we challenge our own biases by at least trying to give everything a fair shake. So while I do spend a lot of time making fun and raging at these fools, I try to steel man the arguments. Okay? And once I've steel manned them and found them to not be made of steel at all, I ridicule them even more. What flag is that? That's Palestine, Bob. We are pro-Palestine here in this stream. We stick up for Palestine. So obviously we're very biased on this debate. So if you have a problem with that, well, there's a whole world out there you can go and explore and enjoy on this fine Sunday. What? So that is it. We're looking at hour 5. Now, hour 5 goes from 3:28 to 4:32. Okay, so it's about an hour. Hour 4 was only a half hour long. Think about that. Think about these inconsistent hours. So, hour 4, just to briefly recap, the topic of hour 4 was Gaza, the city. At least that's what it's written here on the podcast. In my opinion, this entire half hour, the topic really was the International Court of Justice and the case against Israel brought by South Africa. And basically, at the time of this, there was no decision made. There was just the, I think, some kind of preliminary statement or something saying that they would accept the case, saying that the charges were plausible, right? So Benny spent most of the time basically saying, they're not going to find him guilty. Israel's going to be found innocent. And Destiny spent most of the time saying, basically, just because it's plausible doesn't mean it's likely. In fact, plausible actually legally means it probably didn't happen. So that was that. So I am kind of finally, because it was only a half hour and we did like 3 streams on it, and one of them was a very long stream. So I think we did that to death, and I think it's just time to move on to hour 5. And I'm curious what this one's going to be about. It says peace. Peace. And we're going to get a piece of their mind. Now, we've got the transcript here. Most of it hasn't been colored in. In fact, actually, I don't have the whole transcript. I need to finish the rest of this. So we're going from 3:28:33. 28. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Peace. So they also use, okay, there's like a little bit before this where they're just having like a little side conversation, which I'm somewhat curious to dive into. So let's keep that in mind. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this transcript, I'm going to copy it to my my Word document. My Word document. So I don't have to have extra tabs open on my browser. Okay. And when we read, we listen to the debate, we read our transcript, and then I like to color code it so we can quickly glance at who was talking by use of colors. Ooh, I'm just glancing at this and I see Benny Morris say, I apologize for that. I apologize. And Norm says, okay. I accept. Wow. Wow. This is going to be interesting. Look at that. All onto a Word document. Perfect. Okay, so Bob asked a question about what flag is that, and that sort of made me kind of worried that I accidentally got the flag wrong. Black on top, green on bottom, white in the middle, red triangle. No, that's right. Okay. It's just like, I was kind of worried that I might have got the flag wrong. Because the Palestine flag is actually really similar to the Jordan flag. You see, this is the flag of Jordan. Same colors in the same order, but there's a star on it. It looks like they got some variations. A white star with 7 points is featured on the hoist of the red chevron. So the Jordanian flag, I just was worried for a second that Bob was like, that I accidentally had the Jordanian flag. And Bob was like, what the fuck? Where's the Palestine flag? You got Jordan. And then he was like, kind of asking sarcastically, like, bro, what flag is that? That's kind of what was in my mind after a second. But no, I've double checked it that it is indeed my intention, which was to put a Palestine flag up. Because, yeah, anyway. So, here we are. We're actually going to start. We're going to start right as they take their break. Because I don't want to hear the end of this. Like the half hour where they're talking about the ICJ case. Like, Stephen is just infuriatingly stupid. And so we're just going to catch this little side conversation between Benny and Moeen. And then we'll continue forward into hour 5. Here we go.
Like it's, yeah.
Well, lay it all up. Lay it up.
You do talk quickly, you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And yeah, my future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what
It
are you
deals
working
with-
on?
No, it's not working on. It's actually going to come out.
Ah,
It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
Oh,
my new
really?
book, yeah.
ah.
Just deals with that subject.
Is this because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff?
Well, it's marginal.
Yeah.
They do it deals with that as well, but
Yeah.
they have tried to seal off documents which I'd already used and
Yeah.
seen.
So
This is kind of interesting because it sounds very passive aggressive right off the bat. My very first instinct was that he was just trying to be very nice. And I don't know, just as a show of like respect, whatever, just bringing the energy down, because he started with somewhat of a decorum and respect, and then it slowly was slipping, and by the end these two were just saying the most disrespectful bullshit. So at first I thought like, oh, okay, maybe he kind of calmed down, maybe he kind of realized he's being a little bit of a prick, and he just wants to return it back to normal. But then my second impression is that he's fucking pissed, man, and he wants to get under their skin and get them on the defense more. He's signaling like, hey man, I'm sitting on like a whole mountain of anecdotes about Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes I call them, in the 48 war. That's the book. Just deals with that subject. All right. So what's Moeen's response? He's also being coy and passive aggressive. I am very curious about this closure of the archives, because both of these guys are well-studied scholars, and so they can talk over our heads a lot. Ours meaning the idiots in the audience. The idiots. Idiots. The idiot audience, or the idiots. That's a great little word I'm going to coin. So we, the idiots, are left in the dark, right? Moeen and Benny are sort of talking over our heads. And to us idiots, they're being very polite and nice to each other and very respectful and chatting about showing interest in each other's work. And they're just... because it was just because of how Benny reacted. he's like, what about this closure of the, and again, I don't know what this is, but Moeen's like, oh, really? Because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff. And then Benny's like, well, it's marginal. It's marginal. And we've heard them have these conversations before where they argue about what things should be marginal and which things are representative of the whole, which things are, this is what they're like because this person's like that, right? Or just because this person's like that doesn't mean they're like that. We've been all over this spectrum of how do we compare the part to the whole, and what things are marginal, what things are key, what things are, didn't make any difference, and what things made all the difference. That's the nitty gritty of these kinds of debates, So I'm very curious. I don't even know how I could Google this. I could just Google the closure of the archives. Maybe also add 1948 war. I mean, Palestine. Just see what comes up. What are these closing of archives? Is it about Is it about the erasure of the Nakba in Israel's archives? That might be what this is referring to. Okay, official suppression of crucial documents about the Nakba in Israeli archives. The Journal of Palestine Studies is publishing print excerpts and a full online version of the Buried Migration Report, which details Israel's depopulation of Palestinian villages in the first 6 months of the 1948 war. A document that clearly undermines official Israeli state narratives about the course of events. Covering up evidence, huh? Covering up evidence. What do you... I don't know. I guess technically there's no evidence because they erased it. How is it erased? In a methodical fashion, the report provides contemporaneous documentation of Israeli culpability in the expulsion of Palestinians from their homes and the systemic depopulation of so-called Arab villages in the first 6 months of the war, alongside a discussion of key revelations in the newly available document. This introduction situates the broader pattern of erasure within historiographical debates over 1948 and questions of archival access. It examines how accounts of Israel's birth and the Palestinian statelessness have been crafted in relation to the underlying question, who has permission to narrate the past? Okay. Now, this was written in 2019. I'm not going to read the journal, but I just wanted a general vagary as to what Moeen is referring to. He doesn't say erasure of archives. He says the closure of the archives. So I'm not 100% what he's all referring to, but I know what made Benny squirm in his little pants. He's a little squirmy worm, right? And when he starts squirming, it's like he's the kind of worm where he's got to squirm around as soon as he gets uncomfortable with what they said. So he starts squirming. Let's watch that squirm again. Am I imagining it? Did he not squirm?
With it. You do talk. A future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what are
It
you
deals
working
with-
on?
No, it's not working on. It's actually going to come out.
Ah,
It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
Oh,
my new
really?
book, yeah.
Yeah.
Just deals with that subject.
Is this because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff?
Well, it's marginal.
Yeah.
They do it deals with that as well, but
Yeah.
they have tried to seal off documents which had already used and
Yeah.
seen.
So
Now
you,
they don't let
yeah.
people see them.
I think he's going back to the other thing. Like a big part of this debate was them throwing the accusation to the other side that one or the other denies something that happened, right? And they'll be like, you deny that there were rapes. You deny that over 900 civilians were killed, right? And then Norm and Moeen would say things like, you deny that Israel deliberately targets civilians. And he's like, no, I don't, but I don't, but that's because they don't do that. But then he has to kind of come back and look reasonable. He's like, no, I'm not saying they never happened. I'm not saying Israel never did war crimes. He's like, whenever they do them, I admit that and I denounce it. And then so he had to spend a lot of his time describing Israeli atrocities in order to defend himself as having integrity, to be the type of person who would report a true fact even if it's harmful to his worldview. Okay. So that's kind of another backdrop of what's happening right now, because he's like, hey, I talk about it all. I talk about the Israeli and the Arab war crimes, the atrocities. He calls them war crimes. Because, like, they love that war. They like the idea that this is war. Like, this is some kind of equal, like, like, we got the guys here and the guys there, and they're just warring, and they're doing war, and, like, if they step out of line, we're the, like a good referee, I'll fucking call it. I'll call a fair fight, I'll be like, okay, separate for a second. Relax, that's the end of round 2. And then you turn to Israel and you're like, okay, get some water. Get a towel, pat your face in the towel. You all right? You feeling good? All right. Here, have some fucking steroids. Okay. And then in the Palestinian corner, they're like, fuck you. You can't have any water. Fuck off. And, like, people are trying to bring water and, like, medicine and fix the guy up, give him some energy to fight the next round. And, like, all the bodyguards for the opponent are, like, encircled around these guys, like fighting off anyone who wants to come help. All right, round 3. It's war. Let's fight. I want a fair fight. You're juiced up on steroids. You're well rested. You're fed. You're hydrated. You haven't had a chance to rest since the last one. We made you run laps and you're not allowed to have water or food. And you're starving. So you got to get in the boxing ring and let's have a fair boxing match. This should be interesting. I hope that the Israeli side doesn't box them too hard, but it's a good thing we have the referee there to finally call it at some point. That's my twisted metaphor. Okay, so yeah, I don't like the constant insisting on using language like war. I prefer atrocities myself. It deals with war crimes, atrocities, I call them. All right, well, and then he says that the closure of the archives is marginal. They have tried to seal off documents which had already used. Is there a word missing from the transcript? Which had already been used? Which I had already used? Which you had already used? Now they don't let people see them. That has happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effects on Were the British archives useful for you for this new book? Yeah, well, for this list, it's mostly Israeli archives, but wow, okay. The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as the Israeli documents. What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin? Okay, man, this guy's too fucking smart. He's always saying stuff. Okay, this is a specific massacre that happened during the Nakba. Okay, according to look here we go. Wikipedia says 107 to 140 Palestinian Arab villagers and 5 attackers were dead, were deaths. And then 50 to 70, 28 to 35 injured. $120 to 130 Jewish militiamen were involved. So you have a group of 120 militiamen fighting a group of 107 to 140 Palestinian villagers. I mean, Jesus. That's according to Wikipedia. What does Benny say? It's about 100. I think there's agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs, 100 to 105. See, these are those like weird kind of things where you're like, I'll just always take the lowest estimate. And that's not going to be as bad. Like if you said it was 140, instead you're like, I think there's agreement that it's the lowest possible estimate. Really? Okay. At least 107, right? According to Wikipedia. Now, again, Wikipedia, we don't blindly trust Wikipedia around here. We do use it quite a lot, though. However, we just do not stand on it. That's the problem. We can't get in too many heated arguments where we defend our position solely based on Wikipedia, especially for things like death counts. Because these, unfortunately, record keeping is like an act that, doesn't just happen automatically. And even if people do keep records, other people can fucking ruin them and destroy them, right? So it kind of can depend on how well you keep records. And when you have tons and tons of people, it gets harder and harder. So I get that there's not going to be an exact number for a historical event today. Fine. But it's interesting that he's like, I think the agreement is a very small range at the very low end of of what people believe. Benny says they used to say. Oh, back in the day, they used to say 245 or 542 or 254 or 245. Those were the figures. The British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on it at the beginning. They used to say 245 or 254. Those were the figures. Moeen says, because the Red Cross, I think, was the ones that first put out that number. I don't remember. Maybe it was, what's his name? Jacques de Reynier? Or maybe he came up with that number, but it was just, they didn't count bodies. They just threw the number out, and everyone was happy to blame the Irgun and the Lehi for killing more Arabs than actually. Wow. Well, and they put it to good use as well. Well, they said it helped to precipitate more evacuations, so they were happy. Okay, so the exaggeration, where did they get this number 245 to 254? And then we find out that they said that themselves. So the attackers, the perpetrators, were the ones who claimed the number as, I guess, double or more than double, if we go by Benny's small assessment. They used to say that number was double because the attackers, that's what they themselves claimed. Interesting. I think Begin in his memoir, unintelligible, they use that number. Okay, they kind of trail off at the end, and that's all it goes to. All right, so we're gonna continue on, and we get a good old Lex question. Let's take a look at this question before we hear it. I'm always a little entertained by Lex questions. Lexifer is a special kind of idiot that I find pretty funny. Let's take a look. So first of all, thank you for that heated discussion about the present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for as by way of hope for the future. So, when has Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement, to something that where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples? Okay, so of course, so Lexifer is his whole thing is that he is a Zionist and he wants the fucking Israel side to win, but he won't admit that or say that aloud, or he's playing the part of a centrist who is neutral, but he's very blatantly showing his hand as favoring the other side. And even just the framing of his question, it just they always have to strike these equal balance. When has Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement, to something that where both sides would be happy? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, just imagine asking that question about the Nazis and the Jews 100 years ago, or whatever, less than that. Couldn't this whole thing kind of work out? Can we do something to make the Nazis happy and the Jews happy? Like, how about this? How about Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the Nazis go to the concentration camps and the Jews get to be the guards? Huh? And then they'll switch off. That way they can be equal. It's fucking disgusting. Like, centrism is something that gets it's like vomit inducing. Because it's just like, there's a frustration with you have this, like, someone who's so antagonistic and ugly, but they're like really nice and peaceful about it somehow. Like, it's just this air of respectability that you can put on things by trying to strike a balance, and you're like, oh, but I am a neutral observer. I'm just here to facilitate engaging conversation. But you're not. You're just, probably even unconsciously, just like completely buying one side of this. And like you've been hearing about all this history. Like, you know, I don't know. Maybe he's I don't know. He might just have already like blinders on, or you know, like a automatic, like, whatever this guy says, I don't believe it. Whatever these guys say, I believe it. Like those are like little bias things we have in our heads, and there's no reason to expect that Lex is at all challenging his own biases. Who knows? Maybe he is. I can't get in his head. I'm just saying what he's showing. It's just this is probably going to be a sickening kind of hour. This next hour we're about to embark upon, because this is fucking a chance for the liberal Zionism to really show its sneakiness. Because I have a feeling, because he's asking for us to go into the past and talk about peace. So Benny and Steven, they're going to try to say that there were all these potential peaceful solutions, and the Arabs just threw it away and slapped it out of their hand. Right? So that's going to be pretty sure the general attack side from them. And then Benny and Norm will be explaining what actually happened. So I have a feeling we're going to have to do a lot of research and check everyone's facts, right? Because they're just going to be like, this happened. Nuh-uh, that happened. And then we got to like stop and like fucking see what we can find out about it outside of these people, right? And you gotta check your facts, or just maintain a tentative belief about it. Don't fucking stake your claim and be like, I guarantee you, man. Just relax, right? For me, I don't care what the fuck happened in the past, and how if the quote unquote Arabs were all bad guys, doesn't make a fucking lick of difference today in 2025 when there's a fucking genocide happening. So it's like, whatever. I do have biases, but at the end of the day, if the evidence is there, I'm willing to fucking accept it, because it's not fatal to my deepest, I think, core bias, which is sticking up for the people who are getting victimized, rather than trying to excuse the attacker and justify what they're doing. Okay, so you might want to go make yourself a sesame cheese omelet for this next part, because you know, I don't even have to explain that. You know exactly why you need a sesame cheese omelet, because we're about to start part 5, hour 5 officially. Hey, we're only 44 minutes into the stream. We're kind of running early. Usually it's like an hour of explaining before I actually start the hour. But we're early. It's fast Sunday, they call it. Everything goes a little faster on this day. So let's do it. Let's hear Lex's little peacenik fucking question. Here we go.
That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect on.
Were the British
production of
archives
historiography.
useful for you for this
Yeah.
new book?
Well, for this list, it's mostly Israeli archives.
Yeah.
The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as Israeli documents.
What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin?
It's about 100. I
About
think there's
100.
agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs.
Yeah.
100, 105.
Because before they were
They used to say 245 or
Yeah.
254.
Yeah.
Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on at the beginning.
because
was
the Red
nonsense.
Cross, I think, was the one that first put out that number.
I don't remember. Maybe it was, what's his name, Jacques de
Yeah,
Reynier, or
something
maybe.
other.
Yeah, maybe he came up with that number. But it was just, he didn't count. They didn't count bodies.
Yeah.
They just threw the number out, and everybody was happy to
Yeah.
blame the Irgun and the Lehi
Yeah.
for, killing more Arabs than actually was.
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they
Irgun
said
Lehi.
that it helped precipitate more evacuation, so they were
I think
happy with
Begin
that.
in his
Yeah,
memoirs.
they also
goes
used that
into
number.
this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for that heated discussion about the present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for in by way of hope for the future. So when has in Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement? To something that like where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples?
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to reaching some sort of settlement appears to have been in the year 2000, when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered.
He doesn't mean Barack Obama, right? He can't mean Barack Obama. I'm the idiot. I admit that I'm the idiot right now. I know he didn't mean Barack Obama. Is he referring to someone whose last name is Barack? Is he talking about Grupo Barack, the musical group, with their hit single Accepta? Is he an Israeli leader? Ehud Barak. Okay. Served from 1990 to 2001. Okay, yeah. He's talking about Ehud Barak. Okay, again, I'm saying I'm the idiot, okay? Just when someone says Barack and then Clinton, I'm like, okay. Like when you say Clinton, Barack, I'm thinking like, you're in your head, you're thinking this category. Oh, you're talking about U.S. presidents. What's their names? Fucking Barack, fucking Bill, fucking Al. Was Al ever president? I don't think they let Al be president, actually. He tried to do it. Okay. So in the year 2000, when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement. Oh boy, I bet it was such a great two-state settlement. I'm very interested to hear. Okay. What are we gonna get some fucking? Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, ooh, yes. You know why I'm so happy? Because all of this, I love these uninterrupted chunks of all Moeen Rabbani. Moeen Rabbani is he just is such a calming and wonderful voice to hear. Now it's not fiery and I don't know, energizing the way a Norm Finkelstein is, but it's more just like I can't quite put it to words, but I'm looking forward to seeing that we've got paragraphs of Moeen Rabbani without any interruption from the Sex Pest or from the Wiggly Worm. And that's something to look forward to. Now, we do get a little bit of interruption from the Wiggly Worm. See here, he says, wait. That's totally Benny Morris. He's an interrupter. He can't help himself. He's got to jump in. He's got to interrupt. And whatever, this is expected. This is what I thought I'd be hearing for the next hour. But look at that wall of purple. You love to see it. You'll love to see it. Okay, we got to, as much as we hate the wiggly worm, we have to give him a chance. We have to listen to his fucking thing, his stupid stuff he's saying. Okay, and now we know that when he says Barak, he's talking about Ehud Barak, prime minister or whatever of Israel. And they offered a two-state solution, and the Palestinian Authority chairman, Yasser Arafat, and Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately at the end of Camp David in July 2000, he came down against the proposals. What were the proposals? Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. Okay, yeah, Clinton's a dickhead. And he was, obviously that's not fair. It's not fair to, when you negotiate, to promise someone that you didn't blame them for not reaching a solution here and now, and then later blame them. Obviously, Bill Clinton is a fucking dickhead scumbag supreme. Supreme scummy dick fuck. I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barak in July. The Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel. Unless Israel's destroyed, and then there'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. Ooh. Wait, Benny, what did you just say there? Benny, so you do know. You do know. Okay, we're gonna, and I don't know much about this great offer, this great deal, the best deal they're ever gonna get. But I have a feeling that this quote-unquote best deal they're ever going to get is a fucking slap in the face to the Palestinian people. That's just my guess. We'll see.
A two-state settlement to PLO, Palestinian Authority chairman Yasser Arafat. And Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately came down at the end of Camp David in July 2000. He came down against the proposals, and Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. But I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barak in July. The Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then there'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for slightly better terms. But my reading is that he was constitutionally, psychologically, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for slightly better terms. But my reading is that he was constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem.
Of Israel or of a Jewish state?
of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel.
So this term, a Jewish state, he says of Israel or of a Jewish state? Of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. I don't quite understand why Moeen asked that question, because he said that would mean the acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state called Israel. Why does he say it as if it's a either or thing? But yeah, I think, at least the way Benny Morris is describing it, he doesn't want this state that discriminates against Arabic people to like exist in the middle and cut and divide between these regions. It's an act of extreme violence against your people. Why would I sign an agreement saying, yeah, this is okay with me? Let's sign this into law that this can keep going on. So, psychologically incapable. Yeah, okay, sure. It's like, I don't know, man. People, they was psychologically incapable of not defending himself. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews. That's a different thing. Allowing Jews to live in this free place is not a problem. It's the Jews setting up fucking borders in the middle of the country and not allowing any of the Arabs to go in to like 80% of their fucking land. They just keep jumping between describing Israel as a Jewish state, a Jewish supremacist apartheid state. They don't say the supremacist apartheid part, but that's what it is. There's no other way to describe a Jewish state than by saying the Jewish are supreme and anyone who's not Jewish is under that. And you can't. So whatever. And then he describes it as a place where Jews just simply live, where Jews can live. Can't we live here? Yes, you can live here. Well, can't we be the boss of you? No. Oh, so then we can't live here. Like that's what you're dealing with a toddler. It's toddler logic. It's wiggly wormy shit. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews. No. Did the deal say, how about this? Free Palestine from the river to the sea, but Jewish people have to be able to live there. You don't think Yasser Arafat would have signed that? I think having fucking borders carved into your country. What if we could do that to like America? Right? Like imagine what could we do? What could we do? Say we take America and we're like, all right. All right. So we have the USA. We'll take Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, half of New Mexico. All that. can be a special country that's only for Christians. So if you live in this region, and oh yeah, let's also take the South here, the whole global South. So the South and the West, this is all for Christians. And also this area, this whole New York, New Jersey area. So this is only for Christians. So only Christians allowed here, okay? So if you're, by the way, if you're Christian, you need to move to one of these states. You need to move to one of these West Coast states or one of these Southern states, or you could move to one of these big East Coast cities, or in the countryside of the East Coast. We'll say anywhere north of Washington, D.C. from this whole peninsula. And we're going to also open some Christian settlements across some of these other states, you know, because we definitely need to expand out from our Christian states. So there's going to be just peppered throughout here a lot of little Christian villages. And by the way, any like non-Christians will be forcibly removed from their houses, and they can fuck off and find a village in their own land. Also, non-Christians are also expelled from all of these states. They can fuck off to Wyoming or South Dakota or Missouri or Iowa or Oklahoma or Kansas. No, not Oklahoma. Oklahoma's for Christians only. All right. No problem, right? Would anybody have an issue with my proposal? I said that all of these states and all these states are, and these cities are Christian only. All non-Christians will be driven out, and if they resist arrest, we will use deadly force. Okay? Does anyone have any problem with that? I have a problem with that. I think that's violent and unnecessary. Oh, so you don't think Christians should live in America? Great. I guess Christians can't even live anywhere. Because you don't think it's a fucking good idea that we partition off in very random fucking ways, keeping all the most valuable resources for ourselves. What's unfair about that? Christians deserve a place to live. Christians deserve you saying Christians can't live in America now? God, you're fucking anti-Christian. What's the matter with my idea? I think it's a great idea. I think the UN should fucking approve it. And we'll just carve up this land, and we will force anyone who doesn't worship our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to fuck off on out of there. Okay? That's what you're proposing. That's what you want. And now you're mad that people don't want to do that. And you're like, God, they have like some kind of... It's got some kind of psychological... What did he call it? He seems psychologically incapable of signing off on that. He seems psychologically incapable of signing off on that two-state deal. Two-state deal. I have a two-state deal, guys. Guys, why is America fighting so much? I've got a two-state deal. Okay? Anyone who doesn't fucking love Trump and love America can go to one of these other places. They can fuck off. They can fuck out of there. All right? And hey, how about this? We'll allow for 20%. 20% of these regions can be non-Christian, okay? But until we reach that number, we're going to have to either convert them or they got to fuck off. That's very generous that you could convert, by the way. Very generous. All you have to do is convert to religion and we won't fucking destroy your house and kick your family out of it. All right. So, yeah. He's like, I don't know. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews. that's my reading. Some people would say it's because the terms were insufficient and that he was willing, but waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. You don't buy that? You just told us that Clinton lied to him and said that they could keep negotiating. They didn't have to, that their little meeting at Camp David wasn't the final be all end all. And then later turned on him and said, yeah, that actually was. That was his only chance. It's like, hey, bro, this isn't your only chance, all right? You think about it. You sleep on it. I don't even blame you for doing that. You know, it's something you should think about. All right? Good night. This asshole, he refused to come to an agreement. He just refused. It's like he clammed up, and I could. It was like trying to talk to a brick wall. All right, they're not interested in peace. Them, who? They, the 2 million fucking people. They hate it. They're like not into peace at all. They're just all like fucking fucked. Okay, Mr. Clinton, thanks for letting us know about that. Arkansas. All right. That's the recipe of the day. All right, back to here, back to this. This is interesting. Take a look at that. We had one person watching for like a good 40 minutes. I wonder if that was Bob. Bob, who asked about the flag. And then we also had a second person briefly pop in 2 times. Wow. Way to go, guys. So that's very good. However, remember the number 1 rule for this stream is it's fucking boring. Don't watch it unless you want to. All right, let's go.
He wasn't willing to share Palestine. Acceptance of the existence, capable of signing off on a 2-state deal, meaning constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a 2-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem. And
Of Israel or of a Jewish state?
Of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews and put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient and he was willing, but was waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. I don't think so. But other people disagree with me on this.
What do you think?
Well, just briefly in response, Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, earlier.
I don't think actually that in 2001 a genuine resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer, admittedly more than it had been prepared to offer in the past, fell short of the minimum that the Palestinians considered to be a reasonable 2-state settlement, bearing in mind that as of 1949, Israel controlled 78% of the British Mandate of Palestine. The Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently too much for Israel. My response to your question would be...
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
They were being offered, I think, less than a withdrawal to the 1967 borders with mutual and minor and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
the refugee problem was one of the
question. Yes. I worked for a number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at Camp
recently
David.
Thrown out of the State Department or whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with him, but I think he gives a very compelling reason.
Okay, this is some tea, man. These guys go way back. So, Robert Malley, lead negotiator of the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. Special assistant to President Clinton from 1998 to 2001. He was a member of the U.S. peace team and helped organize the 2000 Camp David Summit. Okay. He also served in the National Security Council. With an international crisis group. Oh, it's called International Crisis Group. He was the president and CEO of the International Crisis Group. And he was the special envoy for Iran. In late 2023, it was widely reported that Malley's loyalties were to Tehran, not Washington, based on joint reporting by Iran International and Semaphore. His loyalties were to Tehran, not the U.S. I mean, that doesn't make me not like... I mean, I don't know. That kind of seems like he might be kind of good. Sorry? Sorry. Not sorry. His security clearance was revoked, and he's placed on a paid and then unpaid leave of absence, pending an investigation into his handling of classified information. Ooh, it was later referred to the FBI. Ooh. Okay, so this guy was Benny Moeen Rabbani's boss when he worked at the thing. The International Crisis Group. It's an NGO. It is a think tank. This stream is kind of a think tank if you think tank about it. We had a think, and we thought that this was maybe a sort of at least a metaphorical tank. And by tank, I mean like a receptacle for water, like a fish tank. But instead of fish, it's think tank. What do you think of my tank? It's a think tank. Look at him go. This is fantastic, compelling journalism, hiding behind the bushes while these three men walk around. Absolutely fascinating. Watch out, yes sir, they're trying to fuck you. Talk about a sex pest. Sex pest. His sex pest success was a distress. Distress.
Shake hand,
How long
please.
is it going to take, Mr. President?
We pledged to each other we would answer no questions.
We pledged to each other we would answer no questions. All right. Okay. Fucking whatever. This was this is a long one. The right of return. They just won't let him do that. All right. Let's keep going.
Of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
He
I'll
wrote
just,
that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Agha, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. Um, uh, I'll recall that in 1971, Israeli-Palestinian, know that UN International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at
Was
Camp
recently
David.
thrown out of the State Department or whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with him, but I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
He wrote that together.
All right. So what this dude, Rob Malley, wrote an article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. Was he reviewing a book? Rob Malley, 2001 New York Review of Books. Camp David, The Tragedy of Errors. Okay, we're only going to get the first little bit of this article because I'm not fucking paying for New York Times. They could eat a dick. Mr. Malley, as special assistant to President Clinton for Arab-Israeli affairs, was a member of the U.S. peace team and participated in the Camp David summit. Mr. Agha has been involved. Who's Agha? Oh, he's the co-author. Mr. Agha has been involved in Palestinian affairs for more than 30 years. During this period, has had an active part in the Israeli-Palestinian relations. Okay. So, yeah, we'll just read the first little part, and then as it fades away, we'll probably get distracted and find something else to talk about. In accounts of what happened at the July 2000 Camp David summit and the following months of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations, we often hear about Ehud Barak's unprecedented offer and Yasser Arafat's uncompromising no. Israel is said to have made a historic, generous proposal, which the Palestinians, once again seizing the opportunity to miss an opportunity, turned down. In short, the failure to reach a final agreement is attributed without notable dissent to Yasser Arafat. As orthodoxies go, this is a dangerous one, for it has larger ripple effects. Broader conclusions take hold, that there is no peace partner is one, that there's no possible end to the conflict with Arafat is another. For a process of such complexity, the diagnosis is remarkably shallow. It ignores history, the dynamics of the negotiations, and the relationships among the three parties. In doing so, it fails to capture what so many viewed as a generous Israeli offer, the Palestinians viewed as neither generous nor Israeli, nor indeed as an offer. Wow. This isn't even Israeli. What? Worse, it acts as a harmful constraint on the American policy by offering up a single convenient culprit, Arafat, rather than the more nuanced and realistic analysis. Okay. Golly, it'd be nice to read that. $1? $1, huh? And no thanks. If we absolutely have to fucking track this down, this guy writes a lot on this thing. Okay, he's written a lot about this. We also have Camp David and Exchange, Camp David and After an Exchange. Are these just These are responses to his article. To the editors, I read the article by Rob Malley and Hussein Agha with interest and, unfortunately, some dismay. I know and respect both men. Rob served on the peace team that I headed during the Clinton administration. And Hussein, a longtime advisor to the Palestinians, is someone who has consistently sought to promote peace and reconciliation. But their account of the tragedy of errors of Camp David, though correct in many aspects, is glaring in its omission of Chairman Arafat's mistakes. One is left with the impression that only Barak did not fulfill commitments, but that is both wrong and unfair, particularly given Arafat's poor record on compliance. Moreover, while striving to prove that the reality was far more complicated than Israel offering and Palestinians rejecting, they equate tactical mistakes with strategic errors. They equate tactical mistakes with strategic errors. Okay. Did Prime Minister Barak make mistakes in his tactics, his negotiating priorities, and his treatment of Arafat? Absolutely. Did the American side make mistakes in its packaging and presentation of ideas? Absolutely. Are Prime Minister Barak and President Clinton responsible for the failure to conclude a deal? Absolutely not. Both Barak and Clinton were prepared to do what was necessary to reach agreement. Both were up to the challenge. Neither shied away from the risks inherent in confronting history and mythology. Can one say the same about Arafat? Unfortunately, not. And his behavior at Camp David and afterward cannot be explained only by his suspicions that a trap was being set for him. Indeed, his mistakes cannot be reduced to his being, quote, so fixated on potential traps he could not see potential opportunities. His behavior cannot be explained only by his suspicions that a trap was being set for him. Indeed, his mistakes cannot be reduced to his being so fixated on potential traps he could not see potential opportunities. Okay, interesting. Why? Why not? Why can't that explain his behavior? Let's find out. Throughout the course of the Oslo process, Chairman Arafat was extremely passive. His style was to respond, not initiate ideas. That is a good tactic, especially for a weaker party that feels it has little to give. If it was only a tactic, it should have stopped when the serious ideas or package proposals were put on the table. Whether the Israelis put a generous offer on the table is not the issue. The issue is, did Yasser Arafat respond at any point, not only at Camp David, to possibilities to end this conflict when they presented themselves? Did he respond at any point to possibilities to end this conflict when they presented themselves? This is such like a slimy approach to this. And you're so weird talking out both sides of this thing of like, he had a good tactic, but he should have stopped doing that tactic later. Feels it has little to give. Why should they give anything? Why should they fucking give anything? What do you want them to give you? What a fucking just like it's so imperialist brained, if that makes sense. Like this is the way an imperialist thinks. It's like, all right, so you want them to stop fucking repressing and killing your people? Okay, but what are you willing to give us for that? It's a pretty nice coastline you got over there. It'd be a shame if fucking occupying army were there and didn't let you go fishing in it. Oh, wait, we just do that anyway. Okay. That's part of the deal. By the way, you're not allowed to have a government or a military, and you're not allowed to control your own borders. We control who goes in and out of your country. Capiche? Hey, that's a generous offer. I said we'll stop fucking killing you too much, but you guys all gotta stay in this open-air prison that we can control who leaves and who doesn't. Capiche? Why? You don't like my fucking peace offer? What are you willing to give me then? What are you gonna give me? I just came over here and I took about half your neighborhood and I killed about half of your fucking neighbors. And, hey, maybe I'd be willing to let you stay in that house there. But you got to come to the table and give me something. Or else you're not serious about negotiating. You're not even... I mean, hey, I admit, you had some pretty good tactics in this negotiation, I'll admit. But at the end of the day, you're not putting us up and you're not giving us anything. You're not making an offer. What a fucking ghoul. Any objective appraisal would have concluded that he did not. Consider that in June, when Barack was pushing very hard to convene a summit, and we were resisting on grounds that we needed more preparation, more of a basis, Arafat resisted all our efforts to develop that basis. What are you saying? Barack is pushing to convene a summit. We were resisting on grounds that we needed more preparation, more of a basis. And Arafat was resisting our efforts to develop that basis. So, what does that mean? What does that mean to have more of a basis? And what was Arafat doing to stop you from developing that basis? What are you fucking talking about? Just have fucking meetings. Just have a fucking meeting and talk. What are you gonna... We need more of a basis. What do you want? What does a basis look like? What does it smell like? As Rob and Hussein rightly said, Arafat sought more time for preparation before going to the summit. Okay. And I suppose he means the U.S., was resisting. So this guy wanted a summit and the U.S. was resisting. And the U.S. was blaming it on Arafat for saying Arafat's actually the one who's resisting. We're resisting because he's resisting. What? We were only resisting because Arafat was resisting, so it was his fault for us doing that. Okay, so they correctly said Arafat sought more time for preparation. Okay, but they neglect to say that he was neither revealing anything himself nor authorizing his negotiators to do anything to make additional preparation possible. On the contrary, at this very time, his negotiators hardened their positions, not being willing to even discuss security arrangements until the Israelis conceded the eastern border. Consider Arafat's performance at Camp David. It's not just that he had, in the words of President Clinton, been here 14 days and said no to everything. It is that all he did at Camp David was to repeat old mythologies and invent new ones. Like, for example, that the temple was not in Jerusalem, but in Nablus. I have no fucking idea what that means. What temple? Is this a thing? Temple denial. Temple denial is the claim that the successive temples in Jerusalem either did not exist or they did exist but were not constructed on the site of the Temple Mount. This claim has been advanced by Islamic political leaders, religious figures, intellectuals, and authors. The holiest site in Jerusalem is the Temple Mount. According to Jewish tradition, the first temple was built by King Solomon. Okay. Early Islam regarded the foundation stone as the location of Solomon's temple, and the construction of the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount sought to glorify Jerusalem by presenting Islam as a continuation of Judaism and Christianity. Muslim interpretations of the Quran agree that the mount is on the site of the temple originally built by Solomon. Considered a prophet in Islam. That was later destroyed. After the construction, Muslims believe the temple was used for worship of one God by many prophets of Islam, including Jesus. Other Muslim scholars have used the Torah to expand on the details of the temple. Okay, this is referring to the Camp David summit where we just came from. Okay. Then Palestinian National Authority President Israel told Clinton that Solomon's temple was not in Jerusalem but Nablus. In the recollection of then Prime Minister of Israel Ehud Barak, referring to a conversation he had with Clinton, Arafat said to the American president, "There's nothing there." As in no trace of a temple on the Temple Mount. Ross later wrote, in an August 2000 meeting he had with Arafat, since that we would be discussing the option of on the Haram, I anticipate that Arafat might well again declare that the temple, the most sacred place in Jewish tradition, did not exist in Jerusalem, but was in Nablus. Mahmoud Abbas, president of the Palestinian Authority, claimed there is no proof of Jewish ties to the area of the Al-Aqsa compound in Jerusalem. He stated that Israel dug under Al-Aqsa. They dug everywhere. They could not find anything. I don't know. I don't fucking care, to be honest. I think all religion should just be done for entertainment purposes only. Thank you very much. Entertainment purpose only would be nice. Don't take it too seriously. Have your fun. Wear your costume. Sing your songs. Tell your stories. Have your cookouts. It's all fine. But don't take that shit too fucking seriously. Don't put it above your community and your family. Jesus. All right. It is that all he did at Camp David was repeat old mythologies and new ones. For example, that the Temple Mount thing. Okay. Denying the core of the other side's faith is not the act of someone preparing himself to end a conflict. So is believing that the temple is in Jerusalem, I can't imagine why that's like controversial. Like, is there a temple there? Or are you saying that the old temple, like from the past, they're making archaeological claims, right? But so, like, if I'm like, no, that temple that you're talking about from the past, that was in a different place. Therefore, you deny the core of the other side's faith. You deny the core. The core of our faith is that the temple was in Jerusalem. That's the core of your faith. Not that, like, God created the earth or anything. It's that the temple is in this fucking one city and not that other city. Where's Nablus? Okay, it's not far from Jerusalem. But unfortunately, it's in the West Bank, I guess. So it would be kind of like, oh shit, we shouldn't have given that part of them to the Palestinians. We should have kept that for ourselves. Dang it! Nah, let's just say the temple's in Jerusalem. Now I have no fucking idea. I don't know. Maybe the temple is here. It seems like, according to Wikipedia, that if you deny that this was the temple, then you're wrong and you're doing denialism. So I don't know, maybe that's true. Where is the Temple Mount? The Tower of David. Amazing stuff. Okay. Zion Square. Friends of Zion Museum. Where's the big Temple Mount? Is this it? King David's tomb. Wow. The most holy of sites. All right. So, deny the core of the other's faith. Sure. All right. This guy was a real dickhead, and he was fucking crazy, too. He believed in myths. And then in parentheses, what's more, in the completely closed environment of Camp David, he did nothing to control the fratricidal competition in his delegation. effectively giving license to those who were attacking other members who were trying to find ways to bridge the differences. In the completely closed environment of Camp David, he did nothing to control the fratricidal competition in his delegation. Effectively. Fratricide, relating to or denoting conflict within a single family or organization. This guy is just the douchiest of douches. I don't even know who this is. Ambassador Dennis Ross, counselor and distinguished fellow. Hello, fellow. I am very distinguished. Yeah, man, because you talk like a distinguished fellow who's a fucking demon inside. You're a fucking demon inside and you know it. And you didn't even know it, or maybe you did know it. I don't know if you know it. Let's keep going.
Together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Agha, yes,
yeah.
who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation, Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace.
A resort in Egyptian Sinai. Okay. Okay. A resort, not a city? Like just a fucking place. Is it like an aqua park and a resort? He's like, give me Egyptian city on the southern tip of the Sinai Peninsula in South Sinai Governorate. So Sinai, by the way, is Egypt. I believe all of that. Okay, so this is not currently Palestine nor Israel. What was the situation with Sharm el-Sheikh? They've got some very pretty looking crop circles in their roundabouts. That's neat. Looks like you got visited by a UFO or something. Although this kind of looks like a barren kind of car-centric. Is there walkety places? Is there people around here? Let's go down. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. And there are people around, so I'm guessing there must be some kind of underground access, because this appears to be surrounded by streets, but this is actually not a street. This is a walking path. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, this is just a rock garden, and these are the walking paths. Okay, and there is a nice statue there. That wasn't really visible from the top. I guess it was, but I didn't notice it. So that's cool. You got a big statue thing. You got this rock garden. You've got this red path that starts... Is that just a parking lot? goodness. Yeah, so you have to drive or take a bus here into here and park, and then you can walk on this one red path. You walk down the red path, you look at the statue, and you get back at your vehicle, and you go somewhere else. No restaurants, no... I mean, wouldn't you expect this, like, have these roads further away, make these all, like, pedestrian roads? Or, like, slow roads? City roads? City streets? Put some restaurants out here? You know? Some bars? Some hookah lounges? Be sick. But no, man, it's just the way car-centric stuff is. They're like, no, you build us some shit way over there, and I'll build us some shit way over here, and we'll make roads. So you gotta drive to the shits. No walking. What is this? Welcome to Sharm el-Sheikh Sharm Dreams Group. All right, and then this is an interesting little thing here. These must be apartment buildings or something. Booking, transfers, limousine, and taxi. This is Experience Sinai. So these buildings, I feel like they must be, unless this is like a big hotel or something, or these are apartment buildings. Here's a probably a mosque with a parking lot. But just look at the streets. We got 2-lane streets between everything. It's like, oh, there's a little swimming pool across the street. Let's fucking drive there. There's nowhere to walk. Where would you walk? Imagine you live here and you want to like go to the mosque and then like go swimming, and you're that fucking close, and you're gonna drive your car. Like, that sucks. What do you think that is? Looks like some kind of... I want to see if there's any street view in this little neighborhood. Ooh, but there's in the field over here. Can we see? Wait, this is not the field. This is next to the statue. Sometimes you get these things that are misplaced. Right? I clicked right there. Clicked on this one, and it puts me right up next to the statue. There's no street view around there. Surprising, because a car could, the Google Street car can easily do it. Here we go. Golf villas and suites. So this definitely seems like a resort. Oh, when he called it a resort, did he mean a resort town? So he said, if I had to choose, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was under Israeli occupation. Okay, so this was under Israeli occupation at the time. Is it still? He says was. He says was, so I believe him. Okay, so this is currently under Egyptian jurisdiction. Egyptian jurisdiction. There's something to that. All right. And he's talking about this place. Ooh, okay, hold on. Look at how these buildings look from above. My sense of scale was really bad. I just thought they were smaller. But these are actually huge. Watch. Look how big these buildings are. These are big buildings. These do look like hotels, kind of, right? These are rentable places, right? That's kind of fucking sick. I kind of really like this design. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's like 6 like wedge-shaped houses or apartments or whatever, and then like a little shared outdoor courtyard. I want to see what it's like inside that courtyard. The courtyard seems a little small, but I realize that my whatever, it seems quite small. It seems big enough for everyone to like be out there, but I feel like it'd be nice to have like just expand it out a little more, like have a little, or maybe just have like front porches everywhere, like a ring of porches, and then the open air. Maybe that could be what's happening. This part of the roof could be just like a covered awning, and maybe all of this is the courtyard. I think that's kind of sick. It's called Sustainability Hub. What does that mean? An inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable city. Sharm el-Sheikh is declared as a resilience hub. Okay. Cities are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. I don't know. Something about these houses makes me feel good. They're communal, multifamily kind of thing. Let's go back to the street view again and just try to get some perspective. Now, okay, this is a golf resort. I don't like that about it. I don't like that it's a golf resort. I would love this as like an actual like living, like a literal like living situation for actual families. Right? So instead of having like professional house cleaners go to each place to clean it, well, I guess you might still have professional cleaners if you wanted to hire them. But imagine like, and that'd be big. Because remember looking at so it's probably actually more. If these are hotel rooms, they probably got two units per each one of these wedge shapes, right? What do you call that shape? Trapezoid? Trapper keeper? It's not trapezoid, is it? Pentagram? No, it's still got 4. What is that shape? Okay. we're going to find out what this shape is. I'm going to get a hold of, I'm going to call up a buddy of mine. This guy knows everything about geometry. This appears to be some kind of a quadrilateral shape. So let me get a hold of my buddy. Okay, I'm just gonna call him up here. Here's a way to do that. Ooh, now I'm like two people. What is this shape? Ah. 'Tis a trapezoid, my friend. 'Tis a trapezoid. Now, I know everything about geometry. Okay? I was kicked out of mathematics class because the teacher was really stupid and they just read everything from a book, you know? And they don't actually get it. And I was proving the teacher wrong like over and over and over. And they got so mad that they just kicked me out because they were afraid of losing money because none of their teachers had any credibility. So I won all the all the debates we had. And you know, the whole geometry education system, it's totally screwed up, man. They're all ideologues. They're all just trying to be woke. So they like yeah, they're just like they don't get it. I'm the one who really knows geometry better than anybody, right? So you know, you're better off trusting me than trusting someone from within the system, because I've got the inside scoop on the real geometry. Let's just say that. Like a lot of people say a triangle has 3 corners. It's fucking so stupid. Triangles have two sides and 1 bottom. The tri in triangle means 2. It's referring to the number 2, tri. So like it's because it's a shape with 2 sides. Right? A shape with 1 side is just a straight line. And then the shape with 2 sides, the triangle. Two. True. And the way you can remember that is the word true, to, try. Okay? triangle means too. I'm the world's expert in geometry. You have to believe me. Okay, and that information came to me in a dream. A dream where I lived in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sexagon? That sounds dirty. I live in a sexagonal house. 6-sided polygon. I live with a hexagon. Oh, hex. Oh, what the hex? Dude, what the hex? 6-sided polygons are called hexagons? Well, what the hexagon? Me and 5 other families live together in a hexagon house with a little hexagon yard. This place used to be a golf resort until the uprising, where all the proletariat came and seized all the means of production. And eventually we worked out a deal where they gave up their golf course and let us live on the grounds. We replaced all that stupid lawn with gardens so we can grow lots of food and flowers and stuff that we like to use. Wouldn't that be nice? Fuck a golf course, man. Fuck the lawns. You know, I hate just like these green flat lawns that just for miles and miles. Can you think of anything just more wasteful to pave the ground with? I mean, I understand wanting to control and keep everything flat and keep everything visible and keep everything nice. There's some point to that. There's not a lot of hiding places. But just, this is not a place anyone wants to be. Plus, you have to water the shit out of it to make it even look somewhat, like, desirable. Like, this is what happens. You cut that shit too short, you dehydrate, the sun's baking it, it looks like shit. It's trampled all over because people are cutting through and walking here. It's like, dude, it's not worth it. I mean, at least with that other place, you had the rock garden. That looked better. And at least it's something that's like somewhat native to the area. Like, work with the thing you got. Or plant a bunch of fucking planters. Planting boxes. Get some soil. Ship it in there. It would cost a fraction of all this. And you'd still need water it. But, Jesus, at least it'd be doing something. This would be like the sickest little village with these fucking giant hexagonal shared living units. So looking at the size of these, do you think you could, it would be plenty for family. A family of 6 to 10 could fit in each one of these 6. But I have a feeling that as a hotel, they cut them in half. And this has 12 units in it. And they're here. Right? Where's the golf course? There it is. Yeah, so they still gotta drive to the golf course. Cool. So let's park at our sweet fucking resort with all these living units, this giant ass pool, right? We got a sick giant swimming pool, and we've got all these fucking cool houses, all connected by twisty paths. Not enough twisty paths, to be honest. If this was allowed to be a village, then you could have like little shops and little things opening up and little, well, you know, whatever people are up to. They just have, you know, you can do it out here. Little kids with their lemonade stands, workout classes, you know, jam sessions, poetry slams, you know, chit-chatting, chewing the fat, spilling the tea. That's what I'd be doing. I'd I'd be hanging around and be like, what's the fucking tea? Tell me. And then we might sit on the edge of the pool, dip our feet in, and then, maybe we were having a party over at this wedge. These wedges are sick. These hexagons. These hexagons with their, what do we call them? The 6-sided polygon is a hexagon, but it's made up of these 4-sided polygons called plexagons? Cinco, o sea, cuatro quadrilaterals. A parallel or a semi-parallelogram. They call this the semi-parallelogram. Whatever. Hexagon? Oh, I said hexagon. Hexagon is the 6. I like this little neighborhood, but I don't like that it's a golf course. Because look, between this and the golf course is Golf Village. And a giant fucking 2-lane road with no crosswalks. There's kind of a crosswalk here, but it only goes to the middle of the street. And then presumably you have to just kind of walk along this median and don't, mind the fucking obstructions in the way. I guess those would somewhat protect you from getting hit by a car. And then you can crosswalk again, right? And then you have to like walk another half mile down this way because this looks like a fence or a wall right here. And then you have to enter through this gate, walk again all the way up this hill to make it to the golf course, which kind of looks like shit. Golf course sucks, bro. And it's surrounded by more condos, each with their own swimming pool. Cool. So you did some sweet like like multifamily stuff, and then you just have all these other ones. None of these pools have water in them. There's bullshit everywhere. What? This looks like it's been fucking like demolished. It's breaking apart. You're breaking me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. Maybe they're still in construction, but this looks like kind of a beat up sort of resort kind of thing. Let's take a look down here. Sultan Gardens Resort. Okay, these guys looks pretty nice and expensive, man. I feel like I've seen like rap videos or something like in front of something like this. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Swimming pools everywhere. I mean, that's definitely probably got to be a big selling point for anyone. If it's a hot place. Four Seasons Resort. I won't tell you what hotel I stayed, but there were 2 trees involved. I won't tell you what hostel I stayed at, but there were 4 seasons involved. All right. So this place Not a lot. It's not a big place. Like there's this golf course, which is like the largest besides the airport. So after the airport, it's pretty much the largest like land mass taking up the most space of anything. This town almost reminds me of like a Sim City or something. Like it's small enough to feel like you could sort of simulate it. Or like let's just replace the road here. I guess that's what was I'm looking at it. I'm like, this looks fun. Look, there's a fucking water park. There's all these squiggly things. It does kind of look like a cute little toy of a town. It looks like something like, if I had my own nation, I could sort of toy around with it. I could occupy it, make it my own. Say, I want it. I want Sharm el Sheikh. Okay, I don't know, man. I can kind of I could relate. I want this place too. I want it for myself. If you could live in Sharm el Sheikh, where would you live? Would you live in one of these bungalow condos right here by the beach? Right by the beach, boy. In these connecting apartments. I don't know, man. If it weren't a golf club, I would want to live in the hexagons. I think I would turn all of this into just like I guess not even a whole village, just a district within the city called the hexagons. Call it the hexies. Call it Hexy Baby. I think they're cool. And they're giant, and they'd be roomy, and you could sort of have I think of a nice balance between privacy and community. If only it weren't a golf club. A club for golfers. No, fuck that. Make this living for people. Fucking expand it out. It's taking up such a small footprint. You could fit so many people and have so much variety. Imagine they have basements too. Like that would be so much square footage for like so many people, and it would it might fuck with those people who have like that thing where they can't look at like little circles like that too much. It makes them feel all creeped out. They might get creeped out if they looked at a map of it. So maybe don't make them too close together and do uniform. Maybe make them different colors and shit. So anyway, interesting beach town. Let's go back to the debate. Maybe we'll revisit this. Maybe we'll try to find out more about this town. But we should get along, get going. We are only a couple minutes into the 5th hour. So let's just get on with it already. Come on, it's already slow enough. This is the slowest debate recap stream of all time. And if you're watching, please don't. It's super boring. Unless you want to. And if you do want to, go ahead and write your opinion. Unless you don't want to.
Then the 1973 war came along, and I think, or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation, Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along, and I think Israeli calculations began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S. Soviet push for an Arab Israeli and Israeli Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories. I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons. And ultimately, the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided, for reasons we can discuss later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for Israeli Egyptian rather than Arab Israeli peace. And I think once that set in motion, the prospects disappeared because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation and felt that this would give it a free hand in the occupied territories, also in Lebanon, to get rid of the PLO and so on. So, and you ask when were we closest, and I can't give you an answer of when we were closest. I can only tell you when I think we could have been close, and that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today, there's been a lot of discussion about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement. Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories, I would argue it's more tenuous than was the French position in Algeria in 1954, than was a British position in Ireland in 1916, than was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea in 1990. And so, as a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves, it's one I'm certainly asking myself um, since October 7th, and looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions: is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational, genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory, that a genocidal apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think we can all be agreed that had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask: can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime. And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history, I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability, um, and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal, apartheid regime, particularly because Israeli society is beginning to develop many extremely distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think also stand in the way of coexistence, that are being fed by this regime.
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace, and do you draw any hope from any of them?
Okay, so Lex just turns to Stephen and asks exactly the same question he asked to Moeen. And Stephen's first words are, I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit. I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had gotten the appetite to give what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan there was no love for the Palestinians after 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhood attempted assassinations in Egypt. Moeen says, sorry, which? There was no love for Palestinians after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhood. Sadat? Who? He's bringing up a lot of shit. He likes to do this. He likes to just like. Okay, he says the Taba summit. Doesn't explain what that is. Israel had the appetite. In 73, not sure if the appetite. He's an idiot. All right, let's hear it, buddy.
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after, 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhoods, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a
He was
Palestinian
killed by the
squad.
Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
which was
yeah.
Not part
Admittedly,
of the PLO,
yeah,
had
he says as
nothing
much
do with
belongs
the
to a splinter
Muslim
group, not the
Brotherhood.
PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 51 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels.
dude, it's so obvious that he just has this shit written down. I'm even thinking like a Chat GPT kind of thing, where he's just got this outline and he's sort of glancing down at it and he's like, just read off this and make up your arguments. Don't go into any detail about any of this stuff. Because you heard I stumbled on like, when he's like, sorry, which? The PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood? And Stephen just keeps plowing along. Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people in... an assassination. It was a personal friend of his. Yusuf... I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated by a Palestinian. He was killed by the Abu Nidal organization, which was not part of the PLO and had nothing to do with the Muslim Brotherhood. It's like, dude, you just got some Chat GPT hallucination shit going on? Is that what you're doing, Steven?
Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people in... an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a
He was
Palestinian
killed by the
squad.
Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
which was
yeah.
Not part
Admittedly,
of the PLO,
yeah,
had
he says as
nothing
much,
do with
belongs
the
to a splinter
Muslim
group, not the
Brotherhood.
PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 1951 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that
He fucking dipshit, man. He's like, he was killed by Abu Nidal organization, which was not part of the PLO and had nothing to do with the Muslim Brotherhood. Admittedly, he says as much, belongs to a group, not PLO directly, but I think there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. Okay. So, again, your dumbass, like... Ooh, I actually just watched a little video explaining this. What did they call it? Mott and Bailey. Okay, there's a thing called the Mott and Bailey fallacy, where the arguer conflates two positions that share similarities. One modest and easy to defend, the Mott, and one much more controversial and harder to defend, the Bailey. The arguer advances the controversial position, but when challenged insists that only the more modest position is being advanced. Upon retreating to the Mott, the arguer may claim that the Bailey has not been refuted because the critic refused to attack the Mott. So the Mott, or the Bailey, the big claim that he's making is the Palestinians and the Muslim Brotherhood, the PLO, in concert with the Muslim Brotherhood, assassinated a close personal friend of Sadat. I don't know who Sadat is. And Moine's like, sorry, what? And then at first he says attempted assassination. And he's like, oh no, an assassination. It was a personal friend of his. Like, that tells me that you don't actually know this argument. You're literally just reading it. You're like, they hated each other. How do you know that, Stephen? Oh, they hated hated the Palestinians due to their ties with the Muslim Brotherhood. Really? Why? Because of attempted assassination? It was an assassination. It was his best friend. Like, if you knew that the guy's best friend was assassinated, and that's the basis for the argument, it seems like you wouldn't say because of attempted assassinations. 2 times you said that. So that was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people in, an assassination. it was a personal friend of his. Like, it's so obvious that you're just realizing this information as you're reading it aloud. And Moine's like, what? And then you go on to say, and then Moine goes on to correct you and say that the person who assassinated that guy was not part of the PLO and had nothing to do with the Muslim Brotherhood. And then you're like, but I'm just saying that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states. Sometimes they were fighting if their if they didn't get their political concessions. That's some real fucking doublespeak bullshit. If you don't get your you just want your political concessions, don't you? Fine, you can have rights to water. God, you and your little, you just want your political concessions. We want to live in peace with clean air and water. You can't have everything, all right? We want you to stop occupying us and killing us. Well, fuck, life's not fair. He's such a ghoul. What a ghoul he is.
And expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as by definition illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
Illegitimate means they are not legitimate. I have a problem
condemning your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side.
Oh, we skipped way back. I didn't mean to go that far back. I got 339:28.
Discussion. I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask: can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime? And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history, I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal, apartheid regime, particularly because Israeli society is beginning to develop many extremely distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think also stand in the way of coexistence, that are being fed by this regime.
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace, and do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after, 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhoods, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a Palestinian
He was killed by
squad.
the Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
which was
yeah.
Not part
Admittedly,
of the PLO,
yeah,
had
he says as
nothing
much
to do with
belongs
the
to a Sunni
Muslim
group, not the PLO
Brotherhood.
directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 51 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. I mean, you said as much about the institution, at least, of the Zionist government. Israel's government is probably not going anywhere. All of the other surrounding Arab.
Ooh, that's fucking rich, Steven. That's fucking rich. That's fucking rich. This dip fuck. This motherfucker just said, this motherfucking dip fuck piece of shit, Sex Pest McGee, as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel's committing a genocide, the idea that there's an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state and needs to be dismantled. I mean, you said as much about the institution, at least to the Zionist government. So Stephen's just matter-of-factly saying this hyperbolic language is leading to this idea. And then you just say, like, he just says a true thing as if it's fucking not true. With like a voice or some kind of like framing of like, obviously that's ridiculous to say. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. All this hyperbolic language, it's you know what it is? It's the Palestinians who are actually making it worse. You see, Israel used special knots that the more you struggle, the tighter it goes, the tighter it pulls. Ooh, those dastardly Israelis. But technically, it's the Palestinians' fault. And also for anyone who's sticking up for Palestine by using these like so-called words to quote-unquote accurately describe what the fuck is happening in front of our very eyes. You fucking dip fuck. God, he's such a fucking infuriatingly so fucking... And I will honestly call him a terrifying moron or a fantastic moron. I don't even know if he deserves the title of a fantastic moron. I think he's a legitimately terrible moron, and it is terrifying how much of a fucking moron this guy is. Fuck you, Destiny. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I think this whole idea of using what's hyperbolic about saying it's a genocide, apartheid, concentration camp? What's hyperbolic about that? And if it is hyperbolic, what's the harm in that? The harm is that more people are going to see that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. Specifically the Zionist government. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you fuck. Israel's government's is probably not going anywhere. Oh, oh boy. You just fucking wait, dude.
Arab states have accepted that, or at least most of them down in the Gulf, Egypt and Jordan have accepted that. The Palestinians need to accept it too. The Israeli state or the state apparatus is not going anywhere, and at some point they need to realize, like, hey, we need a leader that's going to come out and represent us, represent all of us, is willing to take political risks, is willing to negotiate some lasting peace for us. And it's not going to be the international community or some invocation of international law or some invocation of morality or justice that's going to extricate us from this conflict. It's going to take some actual difficult political maneuvering on the ground
Of accepting Israel,
which
which they formally did in 1993.
which they formally did in 1993. Yeah, but then no lasting peace came after that in 2000.
No, because 1993 was not a peace agreement.
Sure, the Oslo Accords
Were an
didn't have a
interim,
final solution.
were an
of course.
interim,
Yeah.
were an interim agreement, and Palestinians actually began clamoring for commencing the permanent status resolutions on schedule, and the Israelis kept delaying them. In fact, they only began, I believe, in '99 under American pressure on the Israelis.
I
And
think you're being a bit one-sided. Both sides didn't fulfill the promise of Oslo and the steps needed for Oslo. There was Palestinian terrorism, which accompanied Israel's expansion of settlements and other things. The two things fed each other and led to what happened in 2000, which was a breakdown of the talks altogether when the Palestinians said no. But I think there's I don't agree, incidentally, with this definition of Israel or the Israeli state as apartheid. It's not. There is some sort of apartheid going on in the West Bank. The Israeli regime itself is not an apartheid regime. This is nonsense by any definition of apartheid. Which
well, by the formal definition, I think it qualifies.
no, it doesn't qualify. Apartheid is a race-based distinction between different segments of the population,
Correct.
And some of them don't have any representation at all, like the blacks in South Africa.
But that's not a, that's
no
not
rights
a
at all. In
requirement.
Israel itself, the minority, the Arabs, do have representation, do have rights, and so on. I don't think Israel is also genocidal. I don't think it's been genocidal. It wasn't so in '48. It wasn't so in '67, and it hasn't been recently, in my view. And talk about dismantling Israel, and that's what you're talking about, is, I think Stephen said it correctly, is counterproductive. It just pushes Israelis further away from willing to give Palestinians anything.
Please, Norm, tell me you have
Something optimistic to say.
optimistic to say.
No, even though I agree, I've thought about it a lot, and I agree with Muin's analysis. I'm not really in the business of punditry. I rather look at the historical record where I feel more comfortable, and I feel on terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree and I disagree with Muin on the 73 issue. After the 1973 war, it was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. The estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between 2,000 and 3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the
It was
1970s.
2,500.
2,700.
Yeah, okay, so I got it right.
Yeah.
I read different numbers. That's, it's a very large number of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
No, there wasn't.
No, the
This is
Israelis
nonsense.
feared
Everybody
it.
forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but
So how could they have been
because
defeated?
Didn't Diane talk about the
expressed
collapse of the
their
third temple?
He did,
Yeah.
but it was hysterical and
Oh, well,
silly
I
because
can't- I
Israel
don't
had
know if it
atomic
was this-
weapons. They
okay.
wanted to stop
I don't know
the
if he
Syrians
was-
or the Egyptians.
But we're talking about perceptions
Yeah,
here.
I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No, he
I
was.
wasn't in
For a
I wasn't
day, he
in
was
the same
hysterical.
room with him.
For a day, he was
But I'm
hysterical.
just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over, and when President Carter comes into power, Carter was an extremely smart guy, Jimmy Carter, extremely smart guy, and he was very fixed on details. He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion, by a wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict on a big scale, on the Arab-Israeli scale. On the Palestinian issue, he wouldn't go past what he called a Palestinian homeland. He wouldn't accept
Palestinian national home.
the Palestinian national home. He wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I don't think realistically, given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen, but that's a separate issue. Let's get to the issue at hand, namely, what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s? Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement on the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis, to quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he since passed from the scene, he said, Yaniv in his book Dilemmas of Security, he said that the big Israeli fear was what he called the Palestinian peace offensive. That was their worry, that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate, the Palestinian peace offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward. There are many events. There's the First Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord, and let's now go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Well, the negotiations are divided into three parts for the sake of listeners. There's Camp David in July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000. And then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt in 2001. Those are the three phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that, the insanity part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will personally vouch for it. There is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which are about 15,000 pages of all the records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were willing to will withdraw relinquish 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. They were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books. They put it at roughly 92%. Israel was willing to give up.
Also depends how you calculate.
Yeah, that
It
was
also
another
depends
issue.
what stage Camp
Right.
David, because there were 2 weeks.
I'll get to that.
Proposals changed during
So
those 2 weeks.
Israel wants to keep all the major settlement blocks.
Means the border area of the West
Well,
Bank.
not the border. We have Ariel. We have Male Adumim. We have,
Yeah,
as
but it's mainly the border area.
Condoleezza Rice called Ariel. She said it was a dagger into the heart of the West Bank. So they want to keep 8% of the land. They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80.
Oh, right. I'm curious about this this thing they were talking about. The fucking Ariel dagger in the heart of the West Bank. Curious to pull it up on the map, see if we can take a gander at her. Take a little look-see for ourselves. So it's called Ariel. Do you see Ariel anywhere? There it is. Looks a little modernized. Ariel is an Israeli settlement organized as a city council on the central West Bank, part of Israeli occupied territories, approximately 20 kilometers east of the Green Line and 34 kilometers west of the Jordan border. Yeah, so this is just like on top of all the brutal shit where they're like, fuck you, see this line? Everything on this side is our country. You can't fucking ever go there. All right. So then this is our country here? Yeah, but fuck you, we're gonna build a bunch of fucking settlements and we're the police of this place and we run the fucking government too. Fuck yourself. This seems like this kind of creepy sort of like, ooh, it's a happy little suburb. And then just all the people are these like fucking freaks. God damn, man. Imagine having these fucking freaks just take over your whole city. They're like, this is our city now. This little town. I have a feeling, I don't know, but I have a feeling that these houses were built on top of, in place of, what once was different looking houses. Because nobody builds houses like fucking US suburbs, neighborhoods like that, except for fucking, I don't know. I don't know. Let's find like an old town that's not been fucking modernized. I don't know. This could be more like how they would have neighborhoods with like apartments and stuff. Leaving a lot of more undeveloped land in between stuff for extra space. I don't know. I find the clean little neat lines of the suburbs, while the shapes can be pleasing, it don't actually work out for the benefit of the people living there. I hate when you do a street view and you're inside of a building. Like, what? Why would I want to see inside? I'm all turned around. Okay, there's north. So, this place was a dagger in the heart of the West Bank. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the place was like before Israel occupied it. I'd be curious. Right next door is Salfit. Huh. All right, let's get back to it. I'm gonna mute that. Okay.
80% of the settlers, they will not budge an inch on the question of refugees. To quote Ehud Barak in the article he co-authored with you in the New York Review of Books. We will accept, and I think the quote's accurate, no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for what happened to the refugees. So forget about even allowing refugees to return. We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But what is the standard of reasonable? My standard is, what does international law say? International law says the settlements are illegal. Israel wants to keep all the settlement blocks. 15 judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American Judge Bergenthal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the international...
No, not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
There's never been a Palestine.
Here we go, Benny. Now he's getting ornery. That's not Palestine because there was no Palestine. There's never been a Palestinian state. How could it be Palestine? Again, just hopping back and forth, conflating Palestine state. This is some arbitrary award honored to a people by the United Nations. It's just some stupid political distinction. If I take away your title of doctor, Benny Morris, and instead I strip you of that title, does that mean there is no Benny Morris? There is no Benny Morris because he's not a doctor. There has never been a Dr. Benny Morris. You stupid fuck. Just because someone's not a doctor doesn't mean they're not a person. Just because a people is not declared to be a state doesn't mean that they're not people who fucking exist. I listened patiently to you, says Norm. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Benny, for shutting the fuck up. Fuck up, fuck out, fuck off, fuck over, fuck you. Benny Morris, Benny Morris, fuck you, fuck out, fuck off, shut the fuck up, fuck off, fuck out of my debate. You are a stupid fucking annoying piece of shit who's lying all the time. Not to mention your little debate partner, that little troll, a legitimate sex pest. Oh my goodness. They're blowing up my phone. All because I called him a sex pest. Well, I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing for it. I will apologize for not apologizing. But I will not apologize. I'm sorry, I won't apologize. That was really, it was really selfish of me. But I'll do it again. All right. There are Zionists afoot. and they are complaining about a musical artist who talked shit about their stupid apartheid state and their genocide on stolen land. And the Zionists got very mad. They were really mad, and they're saying that's mean because the IDF soldiers are. If you want them to die, that means that you want children to die because the IDF soldiers are just children. So the new thing for these guys is that the IDF are children. So that's interesting. Those soldiers are just little kids. Why do you want them to die? I don't know, you fucking psycho Zionist. I thought you told me that there's no problem with that. It sounds like you have never had an issue with that ever happening at all. So I don't understand your argument. I don't understand your argument because you're talking like a crazy fool. You say one thing and then you say the opposite. Okay. Let me take it back a little bit because I want to kind of catch more of Norm's lead up into his description because he had some pretty damning little accounts of things happening, which I found interesting. Marines. He said Moeens, you dumb fucking transcript. So, 3:45. We'll take it back a few minutes. No, god damn it.
Terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree and I disagree with Moeen on the 73 issue. After the 1973 war, it was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. The estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between 2,000 and 3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the 1970s.
It was 2,500?
2,700.
Yeah. Okay, so I got it right. Yeah. I read different numbers. That's, it's a very large number of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
No, there wasn't.
No,
this is nonsense. Everybody forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but
so how could they have been defeated?
Didn't Diane talk about the collapse of the third temple?
He did,
yeah.
but it was hysterical and silly.
Because
Israel had atomic weapons. They wanted to stop the Syrians or the Egyptians.
But we're talking about perceptions.
Yeah,
here.
I'm not. I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No, he was. For a day, he was
in the same room with him.
For a day, he was
hysterical. But I'm just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over, and when President Carter comes into power, Carter was an extremely smart guy, Jimmy Carter, extremely smart guy, and he was very fixed on details. He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion, by a wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict on a big scale, on the Arab-Israeli scale. On the Palestinian issue, he wouldn't go past what he called the Palestinian homeland. He wouldn't
Palestinian national home.
And the Palestinian national home. He wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I don't think realistically, given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen. but that's a separate issue. Let's get to the issue at hand, namely what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s. Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement of the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis, to quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he since passed from the scene, he said, Yaniv in his book Dilemmas of Security, he said that the big Israeli fear was what he called the Palestinian peace offensive. That was their worry, that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate, the Palestinian peace offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward.
Okay, what does he mean, too moderate? The Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlements and the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis had a big fear of the peace offensive. Their worry was that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 82 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon. So I believe this was the Palestinian leadership or whatever. Liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate. The Palestinian peace offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward. There are many events. There was the first Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord. Now let's go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Okay, yeah, let's pick it up. I want to hear him read this part.
There are many events. There's the first Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord, and let's now go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Well, the negotiations are divided into three parts for the sake of listeners. There's Camp David in July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000. And then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt in 2001. Those are the three phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that, the insanity part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will
See, Benny, you can't just keep jumping on... He makes the mistake of when Norm says something self-depreciating, Benny can't help but be like, yeah, that's true. You are bad. Like when he's like, hey, I made a prediction and I was wrong about it. Benny's like, so you admit it. You're wrong. It's like, yeah, I fucking tell that to Maureen every day. What? It's like, it just blows up in your face, man. And here he's like, I studied this shit to the point of insanity. And they're like, yep, you just said you're insane. You are. Remember that, everybody. He's insane. He's just said it. He admitted it. Benny's such a petty fuck and so short-sighted. Remember, when you do shit like this, Benny, you get yourself into weird positions where you're like, oh, fuck. Now I gotta describe Israeli crimes. Just to prove my point, which is that Israeli doesn't do that many crimes. His overall argument, oh, you fuck.
personally vouch for it. there is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which are about 15,000 pages of all the records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were willing to return not return, but will withdraw relinquish 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. They were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books. They put it at roughly 92%. Israel was willing to give up.
How you calculate.
Yeah, that
It
was
also
another
depends
issue.
what stage Camp
Right.
David, because there were 2 weeks.
I'll get to that.
Proposals changed during
So
those 2 weeks.
Israel wants to keep all the major settlement blocks.
Means the border area of the West Bank.
Not the border. We have Ariel. We have Male Adumim. We have, as
but it's mainly the border area.
Condoleezza Rice called Ariel. She said it was a dagger into the heart of the West Bank. So they want to keep 8% of the land. They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. They will not budge an inch on the question of refugees. To quote Ehud Barak in the article he co-authored with you in the New York Review of Books, we will accept, and I think the quote's accurate, no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for what happened to the refugees. So forget about even allowing refugees to return. We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But what is the standard of reasonable? My standard is, what does international law say? International law says the settlements are illegal. Israel wants to keep all the settlement blocks. 15 judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American judge Bergenthal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law.
Okay, and then what's Benny Morris's argument going to be against this? There was no Palestine. There was never a Palestinian state. That's your response to the 15 judges unanimously ruled that these places were considered occupied Palestinian territory? And then your answer is, there's never been a Palestinian state. How can it be Palestine? Yeah, you dick. It's a fucking... That wasn't the fucking argument. You're just being a fucking... You got nothing, man. And you cannot help but to just blurt out your bullshit. You're doing it again, Dr. Morris. Dr. Morris. Dr. Morris, you're talking again and saying nonsense, and you're supposed to be sleeping. Dr. Morris, the doctor said the medical doctor said you need to be on bed rest.
They want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the international.
Not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
There's never been a Palestinian state. So how could it be Palestinian?
I listened patiently to you.
Sorry.
Under international law, if you read the decision, all territory, the not 2004 wall decision, all territory beyond the Green Line, which includes East Jerusalem, is occupied Palestinian territory.
The exception of the Golan Heights.
The designated unit, according to the International Court of Justice, the designated unit for Palestinian self-determination. And they deny any right whatsoever on the right of return. The maximum, I don't want to go into the details now, the maximum formal offer was by Ehud Olmert in 2008. He offered 5,000 refugees could return under what was called family reunification, 5,000 in the course of 5 years, and no recognition of any Israeli responsibility. So, if you use as the baseline what the UN General Assembly has said and what the International Court of Justice has said, if you use that baseline, international law, by that baseline, all the concessions came from the Palestinian side. Every single concession came from the Palestinian side. None came from the Israeli side. They may have accepted less than what they wanted, but it was still beyond what international law allocated to them. Now, you say...
Allocated to the Palestinians.
Allocated to Palestinians, yes. Thank you for the clarification. Now, about Arafat. Liked the Mufti, never liked the guy. I think that was one of the only disagreements Mouin and I had when Arafat passed. You were a little sentimental, I was not. Never liked the guy. But politics, you don't have to like the guy. There was no question, nobody argues it, that whenever the negotiations started up, the Palestinians just kept saying the same things.
No.
No.
They kept saying no.
No. Professor Morris, with due respect, incorrect. They kept saying international legitimacy, international law, UN resolutions. They said, we already gave you what the law required. We gave that in 1988, November 1988, and then ratified again at Oslo in 1993. And they said, now we want what was promised us under international law. And that was the one point where everybody on the other side agreed. Clinton, don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Olmert administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear. Livni, during the Olmert administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict, and Israel
I thought that he said he both times, or yeah, both times. But he said she, and then I looked up this person, and I believe it is indeed a woman, as Wikipedia says.
And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable international law. I don't believe in. Don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Omar administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict. And Israel has, along with the U.S.
When has international law been relevant to any conflict basically in the world?
Hey, that's why
over the last 100.
Okay, that's pretty cynical. And I appreciate the chuckling and laughing. In fact, I might want to even annotate that. He's laughing as he says, when has international law been relevant to any conflict basically in the world? So Benny's like, why would you that's not a legitimate position to argue in international negotiations, that you expect one side to uphold the law. They're like, what? That's stupid. Everyone knows international law is meaningless. Like, well, then what are we doing having negotiations? How about I just fucking shoot you in the face right now? Like, that's... it's so fucking ridiculous. Benny, you are just reaching. Wiggly wormin. Wiggly squiggly worm. You just have to cut in because you're like, haha, international law? That's meaningless. No. I have a feeling that Benny Morris what was the phrase that he used when he said atrocities? He called them war crimes. Huh. International law is meaningless. International law is meaningless. That's why Palestinians have to recognize Israel, because that's international law. To recognize Israel because that's international law. Okay, that's interesting. UN Resolution 242, you have to recognize Israel or else. Or else what? Or else we're gonna kick your ass. We're gonna kick your fucking ass around the block until you say it. Say it! Say you recognize them. So, the Palestinian side was willing to grant that. The big old fucking partition. Now, I don't think that it's fair. I don't think international law is fair. I don't agree with UN Resolution 242. Unfortunately, they make the law, and it's not based on morality or fairness or justice or anything like that. It's based on protecting capital and capitalism. So it was a shitty deal. It was a shitty deal. But that's what they agreed to. They agreed to international law, which is why they did recognize Israel in compliance with international law. That's a huge concession. And the reason it was done was out of respect for the law. Okay? I thought that's what you fucking liberal fucks loved. Don't you love it when people are like, out of respect for the law and the greater good, I am respecting the process. I just want what was promised under international law. We already did that. It was a very, very bad deal for us and a very, very good deal for you. But you just want more and more and more and more and more. And we're saying no more. Let's just do what the law says and then we'll all fuck off, okay? Now, Benny Morris is trying to laugh and ridicule international law. I mean, just saying the quiet part out loud, I guess.
Being relevant to any conflict basically in the world.
Hey, that's why
over the last 150
that's why the
years.
Palestinians had to recognize Israel, because that's international law.
No, but international law is meaningless.
That was UN Resolution
Conflicts are not
242
solved by international law or in accordance with international law.
But then,
yeah, Benny, if international law is meaningless, then nobody should have to recognize Israel then, right? Benny just made the... Why did I make Benny green? Benny's not green. Benny's blue. What was I thinking? Oh my God, what was I thinking? Benny blue. Okay. Conflicts are not solved by international law or in accordance with international law. Bro, that's what the Hague and shit was. Like, they didn't solve a conflict, but they did have the power to be like, you get to be hanged now for war crimes. What's a war crime? It's the breaking of international law, you motherfuck. You're writing a book about war crimes that you call war crimes. It's meaningless. Well, then there's no such thing as a war crime. Get your shit straight. Get your shit together and straighten it up.
Professor Morris, for argument's sake, let's agree on that. Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says, Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you...
Who the fuck is Dennis Ross? I don't know why he's dropping this dude's name. Oh, he was a diplomat. Persian Gulf, Middle East envoy, George Bush. Palestinian officials reportedly viewed Ross as beholden to the Israeli government and not as even-handed facilitator of negotiation. For a period, Ross refrained from meeting Palestinian Authority officials while continuing to hold talks with Israeli officials during his visits to the region. He comes and he visits and he doesn't talk to the Palestinians, he just talks to Israelis. No, sir, I didn't like him. All right, what does he have to say about this guy? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide.
with international
Yeah,
law.
but then, Professor Morris, for argument's sake, let's agree on that. Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a
Tel
good
Aviv.
yes, it
needs part of Sinai.
it needs
That's
a
what
nice
Gaza-
big chunk.
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big. Israel needs this. Israel needs that. Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a
Tel
good
Aviv.
yes, it
needs part of Sinai.
it needs
That's
a
what
nice
Gaza-
big chunk.
of Sinai.
Well, not Gaza is one of the needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a
Tel
good
Aviv.
yeah, yes, it
needs part of Sinai.
it needs
That's
a
what
nice
Gaza-
big chunk.
So Benny is like, yeah, they need more land. How about Sinai? They need. You know what would be great land for them to have? Fucking Sinai. Hell yeah, dude. Look at all that. Look at all that fucking desert. No, 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 no. They need some Tel Aviv, man. Let them go to Tel Aviv and even hit them spots in between, man. Why not? Why can't we just encroach and open up these borders? Just let Palestinians in here too. Oh yeah, that looks like nice land. They don't want this fucking Sinai shit. You got the road, the highway, and nothing but sand and rocks. No thanks, man. They want that fucking beachside bullshit. That's what we want. Hell yeah. Now you're talking. You see the way they both light up? They're just like, oh man, can you imagine? They need some of that good real estate, giving it back to the Palestinians. It's just such a warm, it's fleeting. I mean, I feel like Israelis at the moment would bomb their own city before they let the Palestinians in, unfortunately.
Is going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a
Tel
good
Aviv.
yes, it
needs part of Sinai.
it needs
That's
a
what
nice
Gaza-
big chunk.
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big chunk, but I have to accept international law says no. Okay,
International law is irrelevant.
Now Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. Okay, that's
And he's a reasonable guy.
That's he
You
seems
know
it,
that.
even though okay, I don't want to go there. I've debated him, and part I agree with you. But who decides what's reasonable? I think the international community, in its political incarnation, the General Assembly, the Security Council, all those UN Security Council resolutions saying the settlements are illegal, annexation of East Jerusalem is null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard. And by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply.
Oh boy. Okay. Don't even fucking start with me, Steven. Don't even start with me. I don't think I can stand to listen to his ass. Okay, Benny was doing his best to peck and pick and chop, but all he really came out with was this guy Benjamin. He's a reasonable guy. I don't know who he's talking about. Benjamin. Benjamin only comes up in that one line. So I believe there was a name mentioned that was simply Ben. No matches for Ben? It had a hyphen. Was it Ben hyphen? Ben Ami. Shlomo Ben Ami? Would that be the same as Benjamin? He says he's debated this person. I wonder if the debate is on the internet. I wonder if we should watch it. I wonder how long that would take. Norman Finkelstein debate Benjamin. I need something that says Benjamin. Not Benny Morris. Not Benjamin Shapiro. Shlomo Ben Ami. It does seem like he did debate. Israeli former Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben Ami debates outspoken Professor Norman Finkelstein on Israel, the Palestinians, and the peace process. Okay. So when he says Shlomo Ben Ami, and then he says Benjamin, are you talking about the same person? Is he also known as Benjamin? Ben Abu? Later Ben Ami? Speaks fluent Hebrew, Espanol, French, and English. Wow, what a dude. What a dude, what to do, what to do, what to do. Debate with Norman Finkelstein. Oh my goodness, it's a complete transcript of the debate. You know I love to see it. Love to see it. Ben Ami? Just for fun, let's search for some particular words. How about the word international law? This is mentioned 36 times. Palestinians have a right to return under international law. Now, I am not arguing now for a right of return. I acknowledge it's a complicated problem, but we have to be honest about the rights and wrongs of the question of rights and wrongs. Mentions international law again. with regard to international law in 242, one needs to analyze the 242 Security Council resolution in a different way than one analyzes, say, Resolution 425 that says that Israel needs to pull out of Lebanon. Or the resolution, I forgot the number, that says that Iraq needs to pull out of Kuwait. The difference is that the Lebanese case and in the Iraqi case, there's no negotiation at all. The only thing is asked by the international community is that Israel pulls out unconditionally from Lebanon and Iraq pulls out unconditionally from Kuwait. This is a different case with 242. 242 is an invitation to the parties to negotiate the secure and recognized boundaries between the two entities. It doesn't say anything, by the way, on a Palestinian state. It's like every time they talk about these like legal defenses that Israel has, it's just a blatant demonstration of how these laws were written completely to favor Israel and to completely like cut out the Palestinians. It happens every fucking time. Like, their legal defenses sound like smarmy little loophole bullshits. It's like the grossest like lawyer tactics of like, haha, we can get them on this fucking technicality because luckily the law was written in such a way to allow this little technicality. So, and he's like, oh, but you see that law, it was actually written a little differently. So it said that we could actually negotiate all that shit. And it actually didn't say they could have a state. So that's a little different than those other laws. Oh, by the way, Israel didn't get out of Lebanon. They're still fucking bombing Lebanon. So fuck off. It's so fucking dumb. Because, like, they don't even follow their own fucking arguments. Like, they'll argue all up and down if someone breaks international law and Israel is the victim. But as soon as it's the other way around, they're like, we don't give a fuck, dude. International law is stupid, dude. Or like, oh, dude, the law's different. That's different. We have a different law for us. Our law says this. Well, you fucking broke that law. No, dude, it's only if you break that law, you dick. These guys are just fucked. No matter which way you cut it, it's just fucked. It's like, why are you standing up for and defending a system like this? Oh, no, dude, we wrote that law differently. That one's up for negotiation, dog. No, it doesn't say that. It says we get to talk it out. We get to fucking make a deal. First, you got to put something on the table. You got to do something for us if we're going to do this for you. No, dude. Palestine already gave you 75% of their goddamn country. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? We got this fucking outback here. We got this little slice of the coastline here. And we got half of old Jerusalem. You can fuck off with your, you got to bring something to the table. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Or the international community considers it unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply.
Oh, god damn it, I forgot that fucking Steven's about to talk. Okay, what is he gonna... Steven's about to talk, gonna ruin my day. Steven's gonna talk and gonna make his way into the rageful part of my brain where I will scream and go insane because this little fucking Pestiny rat, he's gonna talk some shit and he's gonna make me splat. I think the issue, he's going to start every sentence with, I think, it feels to me, I feel like when you apply international law or international standards, I wouldn't say what Benny Morris says, that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. International standards, international law standards inform the conversation, but they are not the final shape of the conversation. What you're saying is, it's fine if you want to like have these laws, but nobody really has to follow them. And to some extent they have a point, because if no one enforces a law, then you can break it, or some people can break it, and others can't. But it all just depends on like favoritism and bullshit in politics. So, you know, I could almost buy this as like as an argument of saying like, well, it doesn't matter if it's a law, if nobody enforces it, it may as well not be a law. Right now, all it is an idea that people hold in their mind as to what's just, what's right or wrong. And a lot of people have done a lot of work to formalize that and put it in writing in every language for the world to see. But yeah, I mean, I've often advocated for a concept called adult adults. So you know how you're born and you're a baby and you're a kid, and then you go through puberty, and then you become a adult person. Well, instead of being an adult and getting really old at like in your 70s or 80s, there should be like another puberty where you grow again. They grow double size. They're like become giants. And then they get really smart. And they actually figure everything out a lot better, how to do things. And then so they're kind of the adults. And so they're able to do things like, you know, take like a corrupt, you know, politician, corrupt leader, and just sort of lead him out by his ear. Just say, no, stop misappropriating these funds, okay? God, you leave these dictators alone for 4 years and they're gonna start a fucking famine. Jesus. You almost started a famine, young man. No, no. You're in timeout. 17 years, that'll teach you. I remember me in my 50s. It's a tough age. It's a tough age to be in your 50s and have all that responsibility of being a murderous, dictator. Oh, I don't know if my boy's old enough to be a dictator yet. Anyway, so we need adults. Adult adults are the level 3 version. Now, unfortunately, what I can't promise is that all adults are going to be good. There's a chance that some adults could be abusive or neglectful or various things like that. But I'm sure the adults will figure out, you know, even better sort of systems of like child protective services, but it's for adults, so it's like adult protective services. I don't know. It'd be very interesting to just have like a level 3. You know? Think about it. We don't have to do it if you don't want to, but just think about it. Okay. So, in so many words, he says there's these laws, but they don't have to follow them. He doesn't think that historically Israel has ever negotiated. Don't worry about those blasts in the background. Those are celebratory blasts. Those are fireworks going off in celebration. In celebration of 4 hours. You know, they're a little early. We're at like 3:51 or something. But that's why. Okay. He says, I don't think Israel has ever negotiated within the strict bounds of whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. That's just not how they tend to go. So international law had this thing. And he's saying, yeah, but that's not, like, we don't do that. It's kind of like saying, yeah, that's the speed limit, but actually nobody goes to the speed limit. Everyone goes 10 miles over the speed limit. It's like, okay, well, maybe we should fucking eradicate cars from our society. Instead, they kill so many fucking people all the time, every day. It's like, oh, but it's fucking fast and convenient. Yeah, it's finally convenient now that we've just destroyed the entire country by paving it. Don't you remember the song about how they paved paradise and put up a parking lot? You were supposed to not do that then. You were supposed to see how ridiculous it was just by the absurdity of the song. About how they took all the trees and put them in a tree museum and paid and charged the people $1.50 to see them. But ironically, it's right. You don't know what you got till it's gone. This is distressing. Okay. That's just not how these negotiations work. So international law is not a good standard. That's basically what he's going to say. He's going to say that because, like, you know, because we like to fucking negotiate. We like to make a deal, motherfucker. We're not just going to take what... We're not going to just take the first bit of our unfair share of it. We want more. We want more. We want more land. Give us more. That's the standard. Okay, let's hear this. Because he talks in such a fucking infuriatingly wordy way. And I'm one to talk. I get wordy. Oh, wordy do I get wordy. But whatever, you can hate me too, but I'm not fucking this guy. I'm not fucking sex pest moron fuck.
Null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard, and by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply international law or international standards, I wouldn't say what Benny Moore says, that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. I don't think historically Israel has ever negotiated within the strict bounds of whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. You might consider international opinion on things, but at the end of the day, it's the bilateral negotiations, oftentimes historically started in secret, independent of the international community, that end up shaping what the final agreements look like. I think the issue with this broad appeal to international law is, again, going back to my earlier point about all of the euphemistic words, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that is never going to be satisfied. For instance, you can throw that ICJ opinion all you want. It was an advisory opinion. That came in 2004. Have Palestinians gained more or less land since that 2004 advisory opinion was issued?
So what would your standard be then?
He's an absolute fucking psycho, dude. What a fucking psychotic piece of shit. This broad appeal to international law. You just fucking... There are literal laws written with words about them. That's not a broad appeal to international law. Unless you're just saying, well, just because it's the law doesn't mean we should fucking follow it. That's your side. And now you're not really defending it as just much explaining that you don't care. And you're saying all this talk of like justice and law, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that's never going to be satisfied. What a fucking psychopathic sentence to say. Knowing what we know about what they were willing to accept, they were willing to accept an already unfair deal, and then they were being asked to pile on even more unfairness on top of it. And they said, no, just go to the thing that they said in international law. You follow the law now. We're following the law. Now you follow the law, Israel. And Israel said, no, we want even more. We want more and more and more and more and more from you. We're not satisfied with that. There's no deal. If you just want to follow international law, that's unreasonable. If that's your expectation, that is never going to be satisfied. Why the fuck does Israel fucking exist? Like, how could this possibly have a legal right? There's obviously there's no legal right because you guys don't fucking respect international law. Benny says it's irrelevant. Steven says it's only informs the conversation, but it doesn't have to be followed at all. Nobody's holding anybody to it. And the shitty thing is they're kind of right about that because while they don't have a moral case, the practical matter of the fact is that who's going to fucking enforce it? The adults? The police cops? The fucking aliens? Justice aliens? Oh, why can't we have some justice aliens? I'll take that over adults. We are a race of space traveling justices. We are the space court. Hello, Earth. What is your issues today? Stealing land again, I see. Well, there we go. We've wiped all your memories. And replaced them with false memories of everyone getting along. And the new name of your country is not Israel or Palestine. It's going to be called Buwakawoku. And everyone there will wake up with amnesia tomorrow. And all your weapons in the whole world have been disabled. And everyone forgot how to make them. And then they fly away. I did it. I solved all the problems of the world with magic. I solved all the problems with magic. They took away all the weapons and they took away all of our memories. So we all woke up with amnesia at the same time and then we all got along. Because they gave us an artificial memory of just warm feelings for fellow humans. And we all banded together and it finally eradicated all diseases and mosquitoes, especially the mosquito diseases. That was the one genocide that all humanity decided they would finally allow. It's the genocide of the mosquitoes. And the mosquitoes were very difficult to genocide, but eventually we worked together. And everyone had rubber band guns. And we finally hunted down the last mosquito on Thursday, July 12th, 2078. The final mosquito fell. And generations after that, people didn't even know, there was no living memory of having a little itchy red bump on your skin from a mosquito. And some people began to wonder, what was it like, these historical mosquitoes? Were they really as bad as people in the past thought they were? Why did they drive these little insects to extinction? Oh, it says here they used to swarm and leave you with itchy skin. And while it was satisfying to scratch the itches, it left your skin raw and bleeding. Not only that, they carried blood-borne diseases, these mosquitoes. Ended up being the #1 killer in the world for a time. It killed millions of humans. I don't know, man. I don't think that's going to be a problem now in this future that we live in. This, we've figured out how to cure all diseases. I think we should revive these mosquitoes and check them out and see what they're like. I'm kind of curious to see what it's like to get that itchiness on your arm, and then to scratch it. They say it's so satisfying. I'm kind of curious. All right, we'll clone a few mosquitoes, but let's make sure not to get so many that, they can swarm people and carry diseases, okay? All right, we promise. Oh no. The mosquitoes. They're reproducing. How's that possible? I thought they were all females. Well, I guess they weren't all females. I just assumed they would be because they were clones. But I guess we cloned some males too on accident. Fuck. Okay, so how many mosquitoes are there now? 50,000. And like half of them escaped already. And a lot of them, I saw them flying towards a hospital over there. Hopefully they don't like bite a bunch of the patients and get infected with some diseases and then leave the hospital and go bite other people. And yeah, this sucks. And I tried scratching the mosquito bite, and it was pretty satisfying, but that's only because of the discomfort that was caused by the itchy bite itself. So I think overall it was kind of a wash. I could have done without the mosquito bite and without the relief of relieving the mosquito bite. You know what I mean? Like, it's better to just not have a headache than to have a headache and then have the headache relieved. Just because the relieved headache feels very good, I still would just prefer to not have the headache at all in the first place, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, that's all the pleasure you get from a mosquito bite. the satisfying itch turns out not to be a reward as much as a you know, what's that called? Like it's something you get as like kind of a sorry about this. The word's escaping me. You get like a package when you get fired, and they're like, "Hey, sorry about firing you. Here you go. Here's some fucking, here's a little money to hold you over. All right, take care." Conciliatory. Yeah. All right, we're coming up. We're past 4 hours. I want to listen a little more, but then we might wrap it up soon. Let's listen a little more.
Both sides have to have a delegation that confronts each other, and they assess the realistic conditions on the ground, and they try to figure out within the confines of international
See, the
law, and within
problem
what both
with
sides
that-
are.
You just said within the confines of international law. Do you know what you're saying, Stephen? You see, the problem with that. So the problem I'm seeing here, the problem is that there's not enough red and purple. I'm seeing too much blue and green. That's the problem. A lot of this. Yappy.
Reasonable for, but like for instance, this statement of like full retreat from the West Bank. What is it? 400,000 settlers. How many settlers live in the West Bank now?
Probably a million.
Yeah, you're gonna
Depends if you include the Jerusalem suburbs or
Yeah,
not.
400,000 or
I
500,000
think it's
people are never.
700,000.
With the Jerusalem suburbs, perhaps.
Yeah,
But
this is
Israel calls
half
that
a million people.
Jerusalem, not settlements.
I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void.
Israel calls that Jerusalem, not settlements. I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void. The law is irrelevant. Stephen, you're breaking with your partner here. He says it's irrelevant. Why don't you agree with him? You say the negotiations have to be within the confines of international law. He's saying like, no, the law doesn't say that. They have to follow it. It says that they can sit down and fucking work something out. Israel is allowed to fucking bully them into giving up more and more and more and more of their land until there's nothing left. The law is irrelevant.
Let me
We can
just-
say whatever we
Laws
want
are
until we're blue in the face, but like there's half
Okay,
a
well,
million
let me-
Israeli people are not being expelled from the West.
My
It's not going to
response,
happen.
you're basically saying, if I understand correctly, there's only one way to resolve this, and that is through direct bilateral negotiation.
Probably, yeah,
Okay. So
or ideally, but
I've taken over your house. Okay. You're not going to go to the police because, the law is only of limited value. So you come over and sit in what is now my living room that used to be your living room, and we negotiate. The problem there is that you're not going to get anything unless I agree to it. And standards and norms and law and all the rest of it be damned. So you need to take into account that when you're advocating bilateral negotiations, that effectively that gives each of the parties veto power. And in the current circumstances, the Palestinians have already recognized Israel. They have.
wait, what? You keep bringing that up like it's a significant
not true.
concession.
What are you fucking talking about? Look at that fucking face. You keep bringing that up like it's a significant concession. Dude, it is the biggest fucking concession. Oh my God. Bro. Also, it's an example that they are following international law. If they didn't recognize Israel, you'd be spitting your shit about that. You'd be like, they're not following international law. Tell me you wouldn't be fucking just wetting your fucking diaper over that. You would be. You dickhead. What a fucking dickhead.
So not
And I don't.
true.
And even if
It's called
And Benny says it's not true. It's not true. And then Steven sounded like he was going to say, and even if it is.
Not even
Law.
true.
it
Even
doesn't,
though
but
they
it doesn't. The
signed a
recognition
piece
from
of paper.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
You're
Hamas totally rejects.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority in among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people? No, it's not, dude. I don't know how big Hamas is, but there's no fucking way it's the majority among, not even in Gaza, is it the majority of people. I don't believe you, Blue Benny. I don't fucking believe your stupid lies. Especially these ones that you say when you're interrupting shit. You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit. You're so full of it. What's it? Shit. It? Shit. You're full of shit. You're full of it. What's it? It's shit that you're full of. Bullshit. It's shit that you're full of bullshit. Oh, Benny Morris. Oh, you wiggly worm, you. Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority today. It's my understanding that Hamas accepts a two-state solution as well. What the fuck? They never changed their charter. Okay, this argument's going to come back. We might have to read that Hamas charter in more detail.
Actually, they won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority of the votes.
Every opinion poll today says the majority of Palestinians
that sounds
support
right.
the Hamas.
That sounds
and the
right.
Hamas absolutely.
Oh, support the Hamas, not our Hamas. He said a part of Hamas. Didn't he? Did I just hallucinate that? Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people, he says.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
You're
Hamas totally rejects.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
They won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority of the votes.
Every opinion poll today says the majority of Palestinians
that sounds
support
right.
the Hamas.
That sounds
and the
right.
Hamas absolutely rejects Israel.
But
so if Arafat in 1993 or whatever issued a sort of recognition
It wasn't
of Israel,
a sort of recognition.
okay, a recognition of Israel, it's meaningless. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
And anyhow, I don't believe that Arafat was sincere about it.
Does it matter what you or I think
well,
about
most
what you
Israelis
felt?
do, and that does matter.
Okay,
That
so
does matter. But Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority today.
so for years, for years, the Israeli and U.S. demand was that the Palestinians recognize 242 and 338. They did, but you're saying, okay, we demanded that they do this, but it was meaningless when they did it. Then the demand was
it was
that
a tactical thing, yes.
Then the demand was the PLO recognize Israel.
Tactical.
Okay, we demanded that they did this, and they did it, but it's meaningless.
And they never changed their charter, the PLO. You may remember that.
Moeen is fucking cooking his ass. Both of these. I mean, he's just fucking cooking their asses. Which reminds me that I have some asses to cook. And by asses, I mean food. I have food. And I'm going to put that in my mouth. And I'm going to chew it. And I'm going to swallow it. And so I think that's got to happen. I think that has to happen now. So we're at 4:03:58. Man, we are... Look how far we've come. We're almost to the fucking end of this shit. Once we finish hour 5, all we've got is from 4:33 to 4:54. So just like another less than a half hour. And we'll be finished. What will be next? What will be the next debate to go through? I don't know. I'm going to have to make like a... once all of this is wrapped up, we gotta have to sort of figure out how to summarize and make kind of present it. I'd say 5 hours. We could probably try to squeeze it down to 5 minutes. 1 minute per hour. In 1 minute, could I summarize an hour of this debate? I think I could. We'll see. We'll see if we can try, and then we'll try, and then we'll do. Okay? But it turns out there is no do. There's only try. Or whatever. I can't remember what Yoda said. He said, stop trying to do it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break for the night. Maybe for the whole rest of the weekend, because it is Sunday. More like rain day. That's what I say. All right. So this week, put some sesame seeds on your omelet. It's a nice, unique flavor profile that might, I don't know, might give your morning a special little twist. I hope it does. Take care. Free Palestine.